that though. We're gonna do that from now on. I need plates. I need more BS plates. Ah! No, that's probably for the better, Cirrus. Dude, you don't need to worry about backseating. I know that if you do, it's something that I probably should have paid attention to. Don't worry about it, man. What's the world grid? It's a grid. If you like look at the map from a top-down view and you placed a grid over it, that's the world grid. Oh, it's 4:30. Okay. All right, well. All right, guys, it's 4:30. I'm going to take a break and we'll get over to space news. I hope you enjoyed Early Satisfactory. I want to get back into playing more of this. Excuse me. One space. Let's see. Trying to look around for something here. How about this one? Yeah, this looks cool. All right. I'll be right back momentarily and enjoy the video.
Of all the planets in the solar system, Earth and Mars, the third and fourth planets from the Sun, are the most similar. But despite the similarities, Mars is essentially like no other planet. It is a unique world. It was an elusive and baffling planet to astronomers for hundreds of years. Through early telescopes, it appeared to be a small red sphere, later estimated to be about half the size of Earth. One of the earliest known representations of the planet, drawn in 1659, indicated markings on the surface, and by the movement of these dark patches across the disk, it was shown that Mars rotated on its axis in a period only a little longer than Earth's, about 24½ hours. It was observed, too, that the tilt of its axis, like the Earth's, exposes its polar regions alternately to the sunlight. Thus, each hemisphere has a summer and winter period. And since Mars orbits the Sun in 687 Earth days, one Martian year and each of its seasons is almost twice as long as Earth's. Later mappings of the planet displayed light and dark regions identified erroneously as continents and oceans. The land masses, red as the sandstone districts on Earth, the water a greenish blue. In 1877, an Italian astronomer, Giovanni Schiaparelli, discovered what he called canali, or channels, resembling, he said, the finest threads of a spider's web drawn across the disk. In America, Percival Lowell founded an observatory to study these Martian features. Massive irrigation systems, he called them, designed to carry water from the melting ice caps to the major centers of a dying civilization. Science fiction writers populated the cities with terrible creatures of heroic size, with skills beyond Earthman's dreams. In the 1960s, 3 Mariner spacecraft flew by Mars and photographed about 10% of the surface. Gone were the canals, gone were the cities, gone the brilliant and sinister Martians. The photographs revealed a cratered landscape much like the moon, waterless and apparently hostile to life. But in 1971, the Mariner 9 spacecraft orbited Mars and transmitted more than 7,000 photographs of the planet to Earth. The extensive mapping revealed a new and unexpected world. The southern hemisphere, seen by earlier spacecraft, flattened and gouged by the impact of meteorites. The northern hemisphere, a vast plain with few craters, and rising from the plain, a great dome called Tharsis, topped by giant volcanoes. The plateau that joins the two hemispheres is cut by a vast and deep canyon, and by channels with the characteristic patterns of stream beds on Earth. Some of the channels suggested that water may once have flowed on Mars, and thus life might have evolved and possibly adapted to Mars' changing conditions. And then in 1975, 2 Viking spacecraft were launched, each of which was programmed to land a robot on the Martian surface. One of its principal objectives was to test for the presence or absence of living organisms. A communication system linked the spacecraft to the Mission Control and Computing Center in Pasadena, California. On June 19, 1976, the first Viking arrived in the vicinity of Mars after a year-long journey of more than 400 million miles. Once in orbit, its cameras were turned to a detailed examination of the landing area. Imaging teams on Earth scanned some 800 photographs covering a territory about the size of Texas. The chosen landing site was a flat expanse with a few impact craters, one of the lowest regions on the surface. On July 20th, 1976, flight controllers ordered the lander to separate from the orbiter.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, separation. Descent sequencing, we're at mission event word 0, and we have DL separation.
Because of Mars' great distance from Earth, the signal traveling at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, took 19 minutes to reach the spacecraft. This necessitated a completely automated system on board for carrying out the landing maneuver. During the lander's descent, its instruments analyzed the properties of the thin Martian atmosphere.
59,000 feet coming up on quarter bar pretty soon.
Good roll attitude hold.
Getting close to quarter bar. Confirm quarter bar. Two loops and a high. Got it. We have quarter bar. Lander confirmed parachute deploy. Recon 1, TM2. Do I have sync? UHF minus 105.1. Format 3 is in sync. All right. Format 3 in sync. Leg deploy. 4,800 feet, 177 feet per second.
Confirm roll over.
Parachute separation. Roger. Minus 105.
23 G's.
2,600 feet, 188 feet per second.
2,600 feet. 2,600 feet.
366 feet.
73 feet per second.
ACS is close to vertical.
Nav is green for touchdown.
ACS is green, 1.5 degrees per second max, 0.2 Gs.
6 feet per second.
Touchdown, Win. Fantastic. 16 kilobits confirmed. Yes, we have a touchdown time of 12 hours, 12 minutes, 07.1 seconds.
Job very well done. Outstanding, great, navigation, perfect. I'm assuming that we must be sitting right on the X. So that's the smooth area. So everybody just did fabulous and couldn't be more pleased. Thank you.
25 seconds after landing, one of the two cameras was initiated and scanned the first picture of the Martian surface.
About a half an hour later, when it started to come back from the orbiter, and we got the first 7 lines on the TV monitors, you could see gray and white light levels, and we knew there was something there. Look at the beautiful rocks. Fantastic. And all of a sudden, we were looking at the surface of Mars, and it was clear, it wasn't dusty, it was sharp. And when we got to the end of that first picture, with the dust and small pebbles in the footpad, it was just, it was really a miracle.
In an instant, the picture was wiped off the TV monitors, and behind it came the filling in of the second picture, a long panoramic view that covers 300 degrees and extends from the lander to the horizon. It disclosed a sector of the basin called Chrysoplanitia, covered with sand or dust and littered with rocks. The following day, Viking sent back the first color picture. A fine dust, red or yellow-brown, covers the ground. The sky is a light tint of the same color due to the particles of dust suspended in the air. 45 days after these historic events, Viking 2 landed at an area 4,600 miles northwest of Viking 1's landing site. A vast plain, littered too with rocks resembling those on Earth, produced by volcanic processes or by meteorite impact. While the landers conducted experiments on the surface, the orbiters swinging around the planet measured variations in moisture and temperature and took high-resolution photographs of the Martian terrain. Four and a half billion years ago, the planets were formed from the gas and dust of the solar nebula. In the formation of a planet, heat is released and remains embedded in the growing mass. Because the heat can't escape as rapidly as the mass is growing, a point is reached eventually where the interior melts. On Mars, the heavier material sank toward the center, and the lighter material rose to form a crust at the surface. And this crust contained ice and other condensates. A later stage may have occurred where molten rock intruded into the crust and melted the ice, causing a slurry of water and rock and dust to flow across the surface. Some observers believe that such a process may have been the cause of the major channels which we see on the surface of Mars today. But others believe that in Mars' first billion years, the atmosphere may have been warm and dense enough for rain to fall and for rivers to flow. Gradually, the original thick, wet, and warm blanket of the atmosphere evolved into the thin, dry carbon dioxide atmosphere we find there today. Because of Mars' low atmospheric pressure and low temperatures, water can't exist in liquid form. It must either freeze or evaporate. But while there are no oceans or rivers on Mars, there is more water in total than anyone had expected. The residual polar cap in the north, which remains after the hottest part of the northern summer, is water ice mixed with dust. And the measurements of the seasonal behavior of water vapor over the planet suggest that there is a vast reservoir of ice beneath the surface, so that one can think of the residual polar cap as the tip of an iceberg protruding from a sea of rock. At lower latitudes, the water vapor condenses to form clouds that ride high in the atmosphere or swirl around the slopes of Martian volcanoes. And further south, in the canyons and valleys, there is frequently an ice haze seen to form and evaporate in the early hours of the morning as the sun warms the atmosphere. On Earth, the ocean's heat and moisture and the heat and air currents over land masses interact to produce complex weather patterns. On Mars, because of the absence of large bodies of water and of massive cloud covers, the weather doesn't vary much from day to day. Like a remote weather station on Earth, Viking's meteorology instrument measures Mars' atmospheric pressure, temperature, wind speed, and wind direction. Temperatures range from minus 122 degrees Fahrenheit just after dawn to minus 22 degrees in the mid-afternoon. Light winds from the east in the late afternoon change to light winds from the southwest after midnight. Maximum wind speed is 15 miles per hour. But in the early summer, the heating of dust particles in the air generates violent dust storms in the low regions of the planet. Driven by winds that reach 150 miles an hour, they may blanket the entire planet in a few days.
In order to understand the geology and physics of wind-blown particles on Mars, we're conducting a series of experiments using this enormous space environment chamber here at NASA's Ames Research Center. We've placed an open circuit wind tunnel in this chamber, and we're able to operate at atmospheric surface pressures comparable to those on Mars. In this particular series of experiments, we have placed a crater model in the tunnel floor, and we want to determine the zones of erosion and deposition around the crater. In this particular case, we're going to let the wind blow across the crater and see what those zones of erosion and deposition are like.
The light and dark streaks associated with craters are the most common features on the surface of Mars related to wind. The light streaks are deposits of fallout from the global dust storms. The dark streaks are regions from which a thin layer of light material has been removed, revealing a darker underlying surface. These streaks serve as wind markers. Their patterns define the wind flow. To the geologist, the features seen in the tens of thousands of photographs transmitted by Viking are the visible signs of the enormous forces and processes that have shaped the surface of Mars. The excavation of large basins and craters by the impact of meteorites and asteroids. The raising of mountains by the action of volcanoes. The faulting and subsidence of the crust as the planet expanded. And the cutting of channels by water, or abrasive particles driven by winds over a period of tens of millions of years. The key to the age and sequence of these features is found in the number and condition of craters. Those areas with fewest craters are assumed to be the youngest. Here, a fresh crater overlies an ancient eroded one. Here, the rim of a crater is eroded by water or wind. And here, adjacent to a fresh crater, is one of a cluster of crater rings. craters that have been buried to varying depths. Over millions of years, the repeated flows of lava built the volcanic mountains of Mars. 12 are larger than any on Earth. The largest, Olympus Mons, rises 3 times higher than Mount Everest and is broad enough to cover the whole chain of volcanoes that form the Hawaiian Islands. The great gash that cuts through Mars' equatorial zone is Valles Marineris, a mighty canyon system that extends over an area more than 3,000 miles long and up to 400 miles wide, and drops 4 miles below the flat cratered surface of the plateau. Canyon walls are gullied, dissected by tributary canyons, or scarred by catastrophic landslides, leaving steep cliffs and great fractured surfaces. Extending for 30 miles on the canyon floor is a field of sand dunes, suggesting that some of the debris produced by the collapse of the canyon walls was removed by wind. These ancient channels that resemble dry riverbeds on Earth could have been formed by primeval rainstorms. But the vast channel systems that start in areas of collapsed terrain, with broad streamlines extending hundreds of miles across the lowlands, and teardrop-shaped islands soaring to thousands of feet above the channel bed, testify to a process without any parallel on Earth. Viking also photographed the 2 cratered moons of Mars, Phobos, the inner moon, marked by striations which, on closer view, resolve into grooves several miles long, and Deimos, the smaller outer moon. Viking, traveling at 3,800 miles an hour and passing only 30 miles away, could observe boulders on the moon's surface, some as large as 100 feet across. The geologic record of the planet suggests that Mars, like the Earth, has experienced periodic changes of climate. The best evidence of this is seen in the strange spiral patterns of Mars' polar regions. The dark bands are scarps or cliffs of bare ground within the North Polar ice cap. On each scarp are numerous small terraces eroded from layered rocks. This is a model of layered terrain, an area about 40 miles across. It is believed that the large scarps and the small terraces represent 2 different cycles of climatic change which occur simultaneously. Because of Mars' oscillation in its orbit about the sun, the polar regions are alternately warm and cold for periods of tens of thousands to millions of years. During the cold period, mixtures of dust and ice were deposited in a series of near horizontal layers, obscuring the underlying topography. Then a period of warmer climate followed, and erosion set in, cutting deep valleys into the icy mass of the polar caps. After the erosion cycle, new layers were laid down, and another episode of erosion followed. This oblique truncating of one set of terraces by another indicates that the climate turns on and off, the first geological evidence for cyclical climatic change on a planet other than the Earth. The speculations about changes in the atmosphere and climate were closely related to the notion that life in some form might exist on Mars. On Earth, life developed several billion years ago, at a time when the overall properties of Mars and the Earth were very similar.
Now, over the ensuing billions of years, Mars and the Earth evolved separately. However, Mars today still has chemicals on its surface, an atmosphere, temperatures and pressures within which we believe life can exist. The Viking lander was equipped with 3 life detection experiments designed to test for chemical changes caused by life processes that are familiar to us on Earth. On Earth, all living organisms interact with the environment through a process called metabolism.
Animals, for example, take oxygen from the environment and use it to combust food, thereby obtaining energy. At the same time, they release carbon dioxide and other waste products into the environment. Green plants and some microorganisms do the reverse in the process of photosynthesis. They remove carbon dioxide from the environment and, using sunlight as the energy source, they convert the carbon dioxide into organic matter and release oxygen into the environment.
If the experiments on Mars indicated that similar processes were occurring, then we would presume the possible existence of organisms on that planet. Well, our results on Mars in certain experiments gave us data that seemed to mimic the metabolism of living organisms. However, careful analysis of that data indicates that it is probably the result of chemical rather than biological processes.
On Earth, all biological systems are based on organic chemistry, and it was believed that life on Mars would also be based on organic compounds. The notion was strengthened when experiments on Earth demonstrated that organic materials can be formed under simulated Martian conditions.
We used finely powdered minerals like those expected on the Martian surface. Then we added traces of water vapor and radioactive carbon monoxide at low pressure. To simulate Martian sunlight, we irradiated the mixture with light from a xenon arc lamp. When we heated the sample and captured the gases that were formed, our radiation counter showed that the carbon monoxide and water had been converted to organic compounds.
But Viking's instruments failed to detect organic compounds of any kind. That fact, in the opinion of some observers, has increased the odds against the existence of living organisms on Mars.
If we were able to do 1,000 experiments, different experiments on Mars, and to do these in a wide variety of places on Mars, in the canyons, on the polar caps, in some deep areas of the surface, and if in all of these experiments we got negative results, then the answer to the question, is there life on Mars, would almost certainly be no. But on the basis of just a few experiments, done at only 2 sites, very bland sites on the planet, I think it would be unscientific for us to come to that conclusion. All we can really say, for sure, is that we have run across some very interesting chemistry, a kind of chemistry that we do not see in surface samples from the Earth or surface samples from the Moon, and that's about where we are at the moment. Today, in laboratories across the nation, scientists are trying to simulate the results that we obtained on Mars. Some of the scientists are concentrating on irradiation experiments to see whether solar energy acting on Mars could have produced chemicals to account for the results. Other experiments are assuming that these chemicals were there and are testing one or another of these chemicals to see whether they can account for the results that were obtained.
The question of life on Mars is only one of the inexhaustible number of questions for which we continue to seek answers in space. Questions about the origin and evolution of the solar system, of our own planet, and our own species. The search for answers is a goal of planetary exploration, and the journeys of our spacecraft to the near and far reaches of the solar system are beginning to provide some of the answers.
This is a good one. Yeah, really good. Cool, huh? All right. I'll get the link for that video if you guys want to check it out. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is start transferring links over because there is a lot. There's a lot of different things going on here. We have to do this like 30 or 40 times. I think some of these might be redundant. I think you guys linked the same couple of things twice, but that's okay. That's okay. So we got SLS news here. Okay, that was linked 2 times.
Discovery.
We got some news from a company called Ursa Major. Recently learned about them the other day. There's also Starship stuff, obviously. We've got a couple Starship videos to go through. Some info on Crew Dragon. That's good. Oh, hey, come back now. Come on back now. News on the Viper rover. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. Get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Hey, Demon Hat, 48-month resub. What is that music, though? That's music that's been... Somebody... How it's like... It sounds all out of pitch. That's an old thing with old audio recording devices. Yeah, if it doesn't spin at the right RPM, it won't play right. Is that Synergy program same thing as Mouse Without Borders? I think so. Little SpaceX update for the launches. Okay. Hey, access Tier 2 75-month resub. Thank you. Yep. And then we got some stuff from Firefly there. Them talking about their stage jetting out. And... okay. News about launches. Alright, I think I gotta sneeze. It's turbo. Okay, we got the Starship video there. Alright, cool. Alright, let's do this. So, first thing here is that now this is coming from NASA's Exploration Ground Systems. Space Launch System Moon Rocket Update. 8 out of 10 work platforms in High Bay 3 of the VAB have now been retracted as we get set for rollout. The NASA Artemis rollout for wet dress rehearsal will take place on June 6th. It's a good day. Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go again. Let's do this. Gesundheit. Bless you. Dank. Thank you. There we go. There she is. All right. So we're getting ready for another rollout. When's that rollout going to happen? That's on a... That image really shows how big the VAB is. Yeah, why is there in this picture? We can't even see the ground. You can't even see ground level. Where the bottom of the SRB is right there, it's about 50, 60 feet off the ground. The mobile launcher deck, about 5-6 stories off the ground. So it's another 50 to 60 feet that way on top of it. The VAB is gigantic. It's 500 feet tall, 150 meters, give or take. It's big. It is a very, 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 very large building. I think at midnight on 6-6 it was really 6-5. Oh. Okay. Tell me they have safety belts and all that. Of course. Oh, so it's literally... if it starts at midnight, Sunday night into Monday, so it starts literally smack dab in the center of my weekend. Smack dab in the center of my weekend because frick you. I'll be here. That's actually not bad. That doesn't interrupt stuff too much. I would be sitting here playing games anyway. NASA doesn't like you. Well, I like them. Well, I like me. All right. Anyway, next bit is also coming from Exploration Ground Systems. Smoothing the way to the wet dress rehearsal. To ensure a level ride for the Space Launch System, we're dragging the 39B launch pad slope to even out the specialized river rock. Okay. I wonder where they're going. Oh, yeah, just grade out the rock. There you go. Here's some crawler pictures to make you feel better. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Hello. So check that out. There's a picture of CT2, and don't get me wrong, these pictures are great. These pictures are great for showing scale. Show how big the freaking thing actually is. I mean, it is a big, big, big vehicle. Like Jawa Sandcrawler. Man, the thing is freaking huge. Look at the guy standing underneath it. It's awesome. Any KSP today, by the way. I think you might be addicted, KSP. I mean, I don't know what gave it away. No, yeah, I want to play for After Hours. If the mobile launcher has an engine in each wheel segment, how does it keep them all in sync with each other? They're electric, Jasper. They're electric motors. The electric motors are right there. See them? It's an electric motor, and it's an electric motor that has drive shafts coming out the front and the back. So, coming out the front of the of the motor is a rotor brake. That's your brakes. There's the brakes. That will stop the crawler. That's what those are. It's a that's a pneumatic brake system. Similar, it is very similar to the one that you'd find on a semi-truck. That is almost exactly the same. So basically the crawler transporter, in order to release the brakes, has to build up pneumatic pressure. And then there's a rotor disc for it. Just that's like truck brakes. Basically, that semi-truck or a trains use brakes that are similar to that. Now, out the other side of that, I'm trying to find the right picture. This one will show it pretty well. On the other side, you have a gigantic worm gear right here. There's a gigantic worm gear, and that worm gear is pushing a gear that's going this way, and that's reduced to the track gear. So you have a worm gear, which is an insane reduction, and the worm gear is spinning, and it turns a gear that's like going like forward to back, and that is geared again to the treads. There's an axle that goes through right here. It's right there. It's in the drive wheel. There's an axle that goes in here, and then there's gears attached to that worm gear. So what is a worm gear? Worm gear is a great way to have insane reduction. You can get really, 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 really high gear reduction, so a lot more torque, which you need to move that freaking office building of a vehicle. It's this. It has one of these. Yeah. The electric motor is spinning this worm gear. The worm gear spins at insanely high RPMs, and this gear turns at insanely low RPMs with super high torque. And then that gear is reduced again. The axle for the crawler would be over here somewhere. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And Those are wired through the 4 bogies on each side of the crawler transporter to 2 diesel engines. They got 2 Alco 251C V16 diesel engines from an Alco locomotive. They're gigantic diesel motors. They're probably about the size of a semi-truck. The engine is the size of a semi-truck. They're huge. And then there's regular DC batteries. The diesel engines generate power for the batteries, and the DC batteries are moving these DC motors, which turn the treads. Each bogie has 4 motors, one for the front and the back on either tread. It is a gnarly piece of equipment. The thing is crazy. So it has hydraulic steering. You can see one of the steering actuators there. There's actually 4 per bogie. There's like one in the front of the bogie, one in the back of the bogie, and then there's 2 more going like this that actually spin a gigantic control arm. You can see the hydraulic for the lower control arm right there. And keep in mind, the whole thing is articulatable. So the wheels, like I said, they can turn like this, front and back. But on top of all that, this thing has variable ride height. It can lift itself up. That's how, like for instance, when they want to move a stack, this picture's really good, the crawler transporter kneels down. Actually, this is in the kneeled down position. This one is the lowest ride height. You can tell by the angle of that hydraulic right there. And that one right there. See, that's the front to back steering strut. See it right there? There's a huge pitman arm that comes out of the side of the bogie. And there's hydraulics here and a hydraulic here, and that helps assist with turning the bogies, dude. The thing's gnarly. It is an insane piece of equipment. I've seen them up close. They're ridiculous. You don't, like, these pictures are pretty good, and these pictures will tell you how big it is, but when you're standing next to one, you're like, okay. So, what this thing does is it kneels down, lowers the ride height, it drives underneath the mobile launchers, or the mobile launcher platform. That's an MLP. The mobile launcher is in High Bay 3 for SLS. It drives underneath it, and then at each bogie, there's 4 sets of hydraulics, 2 on each side. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this whole thing, the entire bogie is on a gigantic freaking kingpin, and the kingpin can slip. It can go up and down like this. I know. That's funny, right? So the entire thing can either move. It could do this, it could do this, it could do that, it could do that. It can tilt, or it can go full down or full up. This thing can change its ride height by probably about 5 feet, which is unreal. That's ridiculous articulation for, if anybody knows about off-roading, 5 feet of articulation is unheard of. But this thing can do it. And it can also lift 15 million pounds. Like 7 million kilograms or something like that. It's pretty nuts. So this thing drives in underneath there. It kneels down, picks the mobile launcher up off of its storage pegs right there, and then it'll roll it out to the pad, and it'll drop it down on the pad. The pad has these pegs on it as well. See them right there with the yellow gantries on them? Yep. It's interesting, and this is what I was trying to point out a second ago. High Bay 1 right here is literally in the exact configuration that it was at the end of STS-135, which is very strange. No one's used that high bay since 2011. That's very weird to me. I haven't heard anybody call these things bogies before. I used kind of locomotive nomenclature, Blitz, but there's 4 bogies. You could call them trucks, I guess. I don't know what they call them. I'm sure they call them something. What's the max height it can go? Add another 5 feet from here, T-Man. There's 2 diesel-electric Alco 251C diesel engines. You guys, we're talking ridiculous power. The 251Cs are what like a locomotive would use, like a diesel locomotive. Or if you had a 251C in generator form, you could power a small town. Like, here, it's an Alco 251C. That's it right there. Oh man, that thing is cool. The MLP in that high bay launched the mighty stick, by the way. So this is it in generator form. You see it has a gigantic generator attached to the drive shaft. This one makes electrical power. Now, honestly, most 251s make generator power. The ones that are in the locomotives do that too. The ones that are in the crawler transporter have this as well. Because the crawler transporter is hybrid. It's diesel electric. Most efficient way to move 15 million pounds is pretty much diesel electric. There's no better way to... Well, I shouldn't say that. There's no less complicated way to do it. Yeah, it's a 251C. It's not a V6... Is it a V12? I thought it was a V16. Yeah. V16 251, right there. Yep. A pair of Alco 251C. Yep. Crawler transporter. She's a monster, dude. They're really, it's a really cool piece of equipment. The VEB still has some Apollo platforms in it. Well, you're looking at it. That's Apollo infrastructure right there. There was 3 of them. They scrapped one, which pissed me off. Yep. Convert that ML for Starship. Yep. Watch the VOD. And you said SLS was both over and underfunded. Wondering as a whole, which has it been? I don't know. I haven't run a fiscal analysis on it like that, dude. I'm not sure what the total net over or underfunding is. If I had to guess, Ryan, I would say probably more on the underside of things. I mean, platforms for Saturn rockets have been just sitting around. Yeah, the mobile launcher platform. Those were used during Apollo. Darth, you're right. Those were used during Apollo, and then they were converted for the space shuttle. You know that this was used for Apollo because you still see the mount. You could still see the mount infrastructure that's on the side of this thing where the Apollo launch umbilical tower was. See the 2 diagonals right there? It's because the LUT went up this way. That was used during the Apollo. If you want to, once again, you want to get scale, that's a doorway. That's a regular sized door. I've walked through a door very similar to that. Not on MLP1 though. Yeah. How many upgrades did the crawler go through since they built it? 1. CT2. So, CT2. Crawler Transporter 2 was refurbished as part of the Constellation program, and they kept going with the refurbishment even after Constellation was canceled because they needed to refurbish one of these things to be able to handle the weight of Ares 5 and the weight of SLS by proxy. SLS is by far the heaviest rocket ever rolled out of the VAB by a pretty good margin. The reason why? 5-segment SRBs. The shuttle was never that heavy because the shuttle used 4-seg SRBs, and you got to remember, it moves them fully fueled. And solid rocket propellant is extremely dense. It's very dense, like me. So, crawler transporter, this one, you can always tell CT1 and CT2 apart. CT2 has yellow handrails. That's the really easy way to spot it. CT2 has been fully upgraded. It is upgraded to be able to move a 15 million pound vehicle. And that was the biggest major overhaul of the crawler transporters literally since they were built. Yeah. They're good vehicles. They were built well. No, I mean the build platforms for the high bays, not the mobile platforms. Are you talking about inside of the high bays? I'm sure it's lying around. Yeah, it's probably lying around somewhere. It's most likely scrapped at this point, Darth. But High Bay 1, the one with the 3 doors open on the left side there, that's in shuttle configuration. It was converted because only High Bay 1 and 3 were ever used for the space shuttle. And then during the Apollo program, they used High Bay 1, 2, and 3, and 4 was used for component storage. Yeah. So, High Bay 2 might still be in Apollo configuration. Maybe. I don't know for sure. I'd have to... Actually, I have a book that can answer this question. I'll be right back. I bought this book the other day. I'll show you. So this is Rocket Ranch, nuts and bolts of the Apollo space program. This says what happened to all the infrastructure. It's a great book. Scary, my buddy Scary recommended it to me. He's a viewer in chat. Here, let me see. We can figure this out right now. I'm actually curious if you're right. Just because I want to know. Like, all right, so VAB in the mobile launcher, vehicle assembly building, page 95. So here, this says during the Apollo program what high bays moved what. So this is high bay 1, that's high bay 2, that's high bay 3, and that's high bay 4. Yeah, Blue, exactly. Yeah, I bought it right on stream. And then it came to my... I don't remember that I did it, and then it came, and I'm like, oh. All right, this book... Oh, yeah, okay. I've been reading this, dude. This book's great. So... High Bay 2 was configured for Apollo. They built Skylab, Apollo 13, and Apollo 10 in it. Apollo 13 launch vehicle was stacked in High Bay 3 and rolled to High Bay 1 for spacecraft stacking. Okay. The low bays are still configured for S4B checkouts. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Here we go. High bays 1 and 3, whose outer doors face the launch pads, were the ones most frequently used during the Apollo and Saturn mission. High Bay 2 was used for stacking Apollo 10 and Skylab. Apollo 13's launch vehicle was also stacked here, and then rolled around to High Bay 1 for final processing after Apollo 11's mission. High Bay 4 was used for storage or ad hoc projects. I'm not sure if this says if it's still in that configuration. We'll have to keep reading. Talks about the VAB cranes, elevators, the office. This book gives diagrams and stuff. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Okay, Edmano, well, that's good to know. Yeah, the SR-71's better. Anyway, I'm trying to find it if there's any info on it, but I don't think so. No. This is talking about the launch umbilical tower. Diagrams for all the umbilicals are in here. This is crazy, man. Man, when we were looking at umbilicals yesterday, I should have just looked at this. Look. Jesus. Look, there's diagrams for all the tail service masts. Damn it! I was trying to figure out how to build this stuff yesterday, and here's freaking diagrams. I had diagrams freaking 20 feet away from me. Yeah, Thomas, you would like this book. Oh yeah, you would very much like this book. This book's amazing. Tells you all about the infrastructure, how it works, what it's called. There's diagrams in it. There's all kinds of stuff. The LCC and the firing rooms there. It doesn't say if High Bay 2 is still in that config, but it might be. I would believe it. Why would they bother taking it apart? Here, let's look around. Let's see if there's anything else. So, High Bay 2 VAB. If I could see a picture of it, Darth, I'd be able to tell you. Nope, that's 3. That's also 3. Those are Apollo structures, the ones that look like warehouses that are on slides. See that? How it's like a whole encapsulated room? There's the S4B processing stools. Yeah, there's the S4B processing stools. Fellas, here. Look at that picture one more time. So you're looking at it, you see it, you think you realize how big it is. Look at the truck. Look at the pickup truck. That's how big the VAB is. This isn't even the high bay. These are the processing areas. Look at that old Dodge. This scale is incomprehensible. Question, how do scramjets differ to a regular jet? Scramjets have no moving parts. Alleviate... hold on one second. Let me just finish this High Bay 2 stuff, and then I'll explain everything. So during the shuttle program, they used High Bay 2 and High Bay 4 for ET processing. So I'm not sure they're still in Apollo configuration at all, but I just want to say on a side note, fellas, this picture right here, the one that was in the book, that one right there, if I could make that in KSP for a reasonable part count, I absolutely would. I'd make the whole damn thing, just because. High Bay 2 from 2016. Oh. Alright, so let's take a look. No. Wait, hold on. Nope. Not in any configuration. It's been cleaned out. It does have a holding tank over here on the side, so that's external tank processing, just like the picture said. Yeah, it's a shame. But hey, the whole VAB? Yeah, sure, why not? I'd do it. Just because? Because I can. I'd make the whole damn thing. Just like that. Processing and everything. Yeah, see, Apollo has these slide bays here. See that? 1, 2, and 3, those things? They move back and forth like a kitchen drawer. And they encapsulate the rocket inside of the VAB while it's attached to the mobile launcher in the umbilical tower. And the center part here, where 2 is what's called the TA. That's the transfer aisle. And the transfer aisle is where they stage first, second, and third stages that have completed processing. And that's where 3 is. That's the low bay. The low bay has the processing stools for the third stages. The third stages were processed in a vertical configuration, just like that. And if I'm remembering correctly, Saturn V second and first stage are processed horizontally. And then they roll them out here. And the VAB has a low bay crane right there, which goes the length of the whole thing through the low bay into the high bay. And then you got 2 high bay cranes that can go back and forth here and there. The 2 high bay cranes, the first one can go from high bay 1 to high bay 2, and the second one can go from high bay 3 to high bay 4. Now the reason why you had a crane right here, have a crane going this way and a crane going that way, is because if you want to pick up a first stage that's horizontal, you pick up the tail end of it by the engine section with the crane that's by number 3, and you pick up the top of it with crane number 1 or crane number 2. The idea is that both cranes lift it off the ground, right? And then they start pulling the front up, and it turns the entire stage upright. And then, usually they would do this with some kind of fancy bracket, so the second crane can just unhook, and then they just pick the stage up and move it. That's all. Now, I'll bet you, if we just go into here and we go S1C, right? I'll bet you there's some kind of bracket on the transport truck here that makes the thing pivot. Yep, there it is. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. See? Take a look. See the bracket? See how there's you could very much tell that that's on a swing right there, right? And then it's a strut. And that strut attaches over here. It doesn't attach on the hold down point. It attaches over here on the side. See that? What that's designed to do, the crane, the low bay crane is designed to attach to this and then pick it up and pull it vertical. And that strut is designed to make it so the crane doesn't hit, or the cables from the crane doesn't run up and scrape the side of the booster. See, that's what that whole A-frame is for right there. Smart. Very, very smart and well thought out. Also, Saturn V. Kills me to see that thing outside. You take the high bay and I'll take the low bay and I'll build a rocket here before, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, yeah, that 3 is still in shuttle configuration, guys. Yeah, still in shuttle config, which is interesting. That rocket is huge. Can a car fit in the engine? Supercraft, the Saturn V's nozzles. The nozzles are the same width as Falcon 9's core. 3.7 meters. Yeah. Saturn V by itself is almost as wide as Falcon Heavy. Almost. It's very close. At least the Saturn V stage is safe from excavators. I still can't believe that, Draco. Anyway. Alright, so let's keep going. The SLS Twitter account tweeted this. How many nozzles on the Saturn V? 5. Quite a shocking photo. The most powerful lightning strike ever recorded at Kennedy recently put Florida Spaceport Lightning Protection System at 39B to the test. Oh. Wow. Yeah, on a sunny day. Yep, that's Florida. Wow. That is a lot of power right there. That's pretty shocking. All right. No. Next news. Okay, so this is coming from Delta 45 here. First Range Operations Squadron provides world-class range services to the customers at the Cape. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what these boys are up to.
In 2019, we launched 18 times. 2020, we launched 31. 2021, we launched 37. And then right now in 22, we're on pace for over 65.
Cool. Yeah. ET processing,
provide
Thomas.
World-class range services to customers here at Cape Canaveral. It all starts with, we of course get the notification to launch by the customer.
We do mission dress rehearsals, we do integrated crew exercises, we do wet dress rehearsals, we do static fires. We cover a whole range of different activities, all the way up through the launch activity itself. We'll get on console, making sure that we have our appropriate procedures. We have our set of nominal procedures, and we'll also bring with us a set of non-nominal procedures, as well as our headsets, our crew logs, and any sort of note-taking materials and computers. As we roll through the count, we'll go through a series of different types of checks. One ROPS, in essence, is all about public safety. We keep people safe by keeping them out of launch danger zones. We make sure that the airspace and the sea space underneath that rocket's trajectory is also clear.
It's probably a good idea.
It's safe to launch, and the clear to launch has been given. We'll head into the launch, and then we'll wait for the actual vehicle to clear out of the range safety area of responsibility. Once that happens, that's actually our mission endpoint.
We'll collect debrief items, and we'll conduct a hot wash. We'll discuss things that went right. We'll discuss things that went wrong.
We are constantly working to both improve our processes, become more efficient, and then making sure that our operators are top-notch, and we're deconflicting and working and keeping people safe.
Flight appears nominal at this time.
Here at Cape Canaveral, we provide exceptional service for an exceptional capability and throughput to support launch, and that's all facilitated by the Delta team in One ROPS.
I still don't get why they wear camo. Because uniform? I don't know, man. Because uniform or something? I want that lunar camo from the Space Force show. That lunar Marpat camo that they have going on from the Space Force show, they should just have that. I thought that was cool. The lunar camo is sick. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. Honestly, Paul, I think that they have regular camo BDUs on because Space Force is still so new that they're probably just using the leftover Air Force uniforms that they have. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some like specialized Space Force stuff in the future. Wouldn't be surprised, but I think they're just using Air Force uniforms for now. They're using Air Force uniforms that just say Space Force on them. If I can tell. Actually, those ones kind of look like Army, if I had to guess. I mean, Dude, I still want the lunar uniforms. Where's the damn lunar uni? Yeah, see? This. Right here. Of course, it's a stupid link. We can't just look at a picture nowadays because, you know, worried about stealing stuff or whatever. Yeah, here we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I literally just want to look at this picture right here. That's it. See? That camo is BA, man. I like that. I think that's cool. The lunar camo is sick. But even in the show, they just have Air Force uniforms, which is the dress uniform is just Air Force, which is funny. Because that's actually what happened. Space Force uniforms are Air Force who use the Army pattern. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. You should join the Space Force Cap. Who says I haven't? I could have. You don't know that. No, I haven't. That'd be cool, though. BDU is the lazy man's uniform, not required to be pressed. I wore them when I was active duty in the USAF. Right on, Car Toys. Right on. Okay, cool. That's some good stuff from Delta 45 there. Pretty sweet. First Range Operations Squadron. Excellent. All right, so the next thing here is coming from Ursa Major. Big news. Meet Arrowway, our newest engine. 200,000 pounds of thrust from liquid oxygen and methane stage combustion engine. Which one is it? Is it full flow? For medium to heavy duty launch vehicle markets, will displace the RD-180 and RD-181 when clustered. Available to order now, delivery in 2025. I love the pumpkin suit next to it. You and I are now too old for the DoD to want us. Well, God, they'll come and get you if you have a very particular set of skills. And I do have a very particular set of skills. Skills that I've acquired over a very long career. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'd do work with them. I'd do outreach if they really wanted me to. Maybe I already am. You don't know that. No, I'm not. That would be cool, though. Why is that engine spexy? I think it looks good. But I noticed the name, Arrowway. Yeah. For my founder and CEO, Joe Laurenti, Arrowway is America's engine of the future. Medium and heavy launch capacity is what the U.S. launchers desperately need right now. Because Ursa Major focuses solely on propulsion, we're in a unique position to deliver high-performing, reliable, and affordable engines to meet increasing market demand. I think so, Magellan, yeah. Just like we were doing with Hadley and Ripley. It's a contact reference. That's a contact reference. Okay. We're taking orders now and planning for initial hot fire testing next year with delivery in 2025. Yep, see, Eric knows. Eric knows. And then Wayne's talking to him. I wonder how many seconds of test firing this engine has. 0. They're projecting the first hot fire in 2023. Then, I'd not expect to get a certified engine before 2030 based on the history of how long it takes to develop such a beast. Yeah, Wayne knows what's good. He's a space shuttle program manager. Interesting. Ah, crap. Yeah, it's a contact reference. Nice. That's cool. All right, sweet. Hope they delivery in 2025. That would be all right, that'd be pretty good. Anyway, next bit here. So this is coming from Harry Stranger. So thanks to Celeste Electron Telescope on the NASA Spaceflight forums for tracking down the locations of Astra's new engine test stand that they showed off on their Space Tech Day. Using high-resolution satellite imagery, I was able to confirm this. Atwater, California. Where are we? Wow. Atwater is literally in the middle of nowhere. Cool. What do we got here? C-130s? Yeah, C-130s for days. What do we got over here? Nothing. Nothing for days. Was looking at the new suit contracts, and it said they are cost plus. Understand cost, how much will it take to make the suits, but what is the plus for? The cost plus is a nice way of saying we don't know how much it's going to cost, so we're going to figure out how much it costs, and then you pay us for how much it costs because we don't know how much it costs. Does that make sense? Now, I know that sounds dumb, but a cost plus contract usually should be implemented with some sort of deadline, right? So cost plus is something that you would do in a certain case scenario. Like Apollo was cost plus. Because they didn't know what it took to get to the moon. We don't know how much that's going to cost. And Ryan feeds into the whole thing about how no one can give me a good projection about how much SLS is going to cost per launch because it hasn't launched yet. Anybody else? Anybody else that says like, oh, it's going to cost $4 billion, it's going to cost $3 billion, it's going to cost $2 billion, it'll cost $400 million. No. it hasn't launched yet. You can't predict the launch cost. You can't tell me a launch cost without it actually launching. Everything is an estimation. But yeah, cost plus means that it's going to take time, and cost plus means you don't know what you need to make. So that's like, we want to build a spacesuit that's designed to go on Mars. What do we know? How do we know how to do that? Well, you don't. You got to do some tests. You'd have to do a bunch of things to figure out what it takes, and you don't know how much it's going to cost. Cost plus should be associated with a deadline. If there's no deadline, the contractor can just string out the cost plus contract and just keep getting way more funding over time, and yeah, then it's no good. With that being said, the spacesuit contract is not cost plus. It's task order. It's task order award, not cost plus. It has an overhead. The overhead, the total amount of money that can be spent on that contract, albeit over 10 years, is $3.5 billion. It's a different type of contract, different rule set. So, they were not cost plus. No, absolutely not. All right, let's take a look here. New Astra test stand. Very nice. Very nice. Made some upgrades and some nice pictures. Pretty. Arguably, we have a better idea what it will cost to make spacesuits, so that makes more sense. Yeah, I'm not... The whole EHS contract from yesterday with spacesuits and rovers, I understand why it exists, but I still don't necessarily agree with it. It's not a bad idea. I understand it's a good idea. This is very much my opinion, and I don't know if my opinion is right or not. It probably isn't. It just doesn't sit right with me. I mean, they did all that work over like 15 years to make that suit, and then just, nah, never mind. We're not going to finish it. We'll just pay somebody else to finish it. That doesn't sit right in my head for some reason. But we talked at length about that yesterday. So if you want to go see why that doesn't sit right in my head, I talked for like 3 hours yesterday about this subject. So I don't want to talk about it anymore. I thought cost plus contracts were a fixed amount per year. So if you don't know what is cost, how does that help? Cost plus is the opposite of that. Firm fixed pricing is a different contract than cost plus. Cost plus means you don't know how much it's going to cost. And if you think about it, $3.5 billion over 10 years is the average of $350 million per year. That's really not bad. I would like to add, Hivit, that is currently more. I looked into it. That is currently more than what the XEMU program, the program that they said wasn't working, that's more funding than the XEMU program ever got on a per year basis. So what the frick are we doing here? I mean, we could theoretically get 2 spacesuits out of it, I suppose, but I think leveraging commercial is the big reason why they did it, but I'm not necessarily agreeing with that. I don't think that's a good idea. But once again, not to say that this isn't. NASA clearly thinks it's a good idea, and I don't know better than NASA. I talked about this at length yesterday. Let's go to the next news. Okay, so this is coming from Jeff Faust. Jeff Faust, I have 2 tweets here from Jeff Faust and Emery Kelly here. So Jeff Faust is talking about, he's the guy that wrote, the senior writer at Space News. He runs like Space News, the company. The next SpaceX Cargo Dragon mission to the ISS, CRS-25, is now scheduled for launch June 10th at 10:22 a.m. EDT, 1 day later than previously announced. A slip needed for additional vehicle processing, NASA says. So that's a week from tomorrow. Cool. Maybe, oh no, I don't know. I don't understand how a company can build a spacesuit in a few years when NASA's working on it since... Supergrav, I'm going to have to refer you to the VOD yesterday. The short story is that after Constellation got canceled, they kept the XEMU program on life support. Just barely enough. They gave it barely enough funding to keep the lights on. That's why it took so long. Yeah. Yeah. Turns out that, you know, if you try to start a space program with no goal, nothing gets done. Yeah, if you want more detail, check out the VOD from yesterday. So this next one is from Emery Kelly here, from Florida Today. So that's June 10th at 10:22 for CRS-25. And then Falcon 9 Nilesat 301, meanwhile, set to launch 2 days before on the 8th, sometime between 16:30 and 19:30 from LC-40. So, yeah, looks like we got 2 Falcon 9 launches on the menu next week. Yeah. The ability to not have to follow processes and other complex program structures. Commercial companies have freedom of organization, process, equipment, workflow, etc. NASA is a very large and complex monster. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Rocket Guy, it just irks me that we did this in the 60s. We did it and we did it right. We showed that that system works. And we invested all this money into all the Apollo infrastructure, all these test facilities, all this advanced stuff. It wouldn't be that expensive to do, like, okay, rocket. Like people say, oh, well, we can't remake the Saturn V. It would be too expensive. You'd be better off clean sheeting a design. We could do it. We could do it, and there's no way in hell that it would be as expensive as the actual Apollo program from the 60s. If we just remade the Saturn V with modern components. It would be expensive, Rocket. I know that, you know that, it would be expensive. Any rocket is. Would it be SLS expensive? I don't know. I don't know. I've often thought about that, and we've crunched those numbers before, but I just refuse to believe that, like, okay, when the Apollo program started, there was no VAB. There was no 39A. There was no Michoud. There was no Stennis. There was no Marshall existed, but not in the capacity that it does now, right? None of that stuff existed. They built all of it, and they ate the cost on all of that. So we have all this infrastructure that's literally designed to build super heavy launch vehicles. That clearly that probably would have ended up being at least half the cost for the Apollo program. Maybe not half, more like a third. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd say, but maybe a third, maybe a quarter to a third, somewhere in there. You know, we have all this infrastructure, and we're just now commercial can do it. Like we're wasting our time. We wasted so much money on this infrastructure already. Might as well get our money's worth, man. Sounds like Congress repeatedly underfunds NASA and then complains it underperforms and then moves things to commercial partners on the pretext that it is better because NASA sucks. It's really annoying, not gonna lie. Well, as you know, Lazarus, the president proposes and Congress disposes. Yeah, I'm noticing a pretty stupid pattern, Laz, and it's annoying, dude. This is why it bothers me so much. But once again, I'm gonna try to go a day without ranting about Constellation. So. Was the SLS contract cost plus or a firm fixed price one? SLS is cost plus. SLS is cost plus, but it's cost plus for the wrong reasons, Ryan. It's cost plus because they don't know how much a rocket that has no mission is going to cost. It's the opposite of a cost plus of why a cost plus contract is good. They gave SLS a cost plus contract because they weren't sure how much it was going to cost because it has no mission. You can't tell me how expensive something is if you can't even tell me where it's going. Oh, how much is a flight to blah gonna cost? Where is blah? I don't know. Let's just take off from the airport and fly somewhere. How much is that gonna cost? I have no freaking idea. Where are you going? You know? I have no idea. That's what they did with SLS. They said, build the rocket and we'll figure out the mission later. And then they went to Boeing and said, we need you to build this rocket and figure out the mission later. And Boeing said, you want us to build a rocket that has no deadline and you don't know what it's going to do. Do you have a launch timetable? Nope. Maybe 2017. Oh, maybe 2017. Oh, okay. Dan, how much is that going to cost? I don't know, man. It'll probably cost us like $1 billion to do it. No problem. $1 billion, I think. Should we tell them $1 billion? $1 billion. Not even they want. Not even they know when they want to launch it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's going to cost $2 billion. Cost plus. Cost plus, man. We don't know. You said $1 billion, right? Yeah, I said what? $2 billion. Yeah, no, three. It's going to cost $3 billion. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. $3 billion. And then NASA go, oh wow, it's going to be that expensive? Yeah, it's going to, of course it's going to be that expensive. Oh, well, maybe we should give you more money then if it's going to be that expensive. Yeah, maybe you should give us more money. That is quite literally what happened. That's not an exaggeration. That's pretty much what happened. NASA said, we want you to build us a rocket. And Boeing said, okay. Okay, I can do that. When do you want it to fly? Where do you want it to go? Well, we want it to fly like maybe in 2017 or something, and maybe go and get an asteroid in the 2030s. You don't know what you want this rocket to do you? No, not at all. All right. Okay. Hey, off topic. Check this out off stream or maybe after hours, unless you or others are interested in how differentials work. Does anybody pay attention during the mid-hours break? I've been showing that video for years on stream, dork. I've showed it to you when you've been in the stream before. Boeing ripping off the government. Yeah, is it really Boeing's fault if NASA allows themselves to bend over backwards to Boeing? Is it really Boeing's fault? I really don't think so. That's possible, yeah. Well, you need more spokes. Take the wheel. Yeah, that Jam Handy video is awesome, dude. I love it. I use it to explain diffs on here all the time, and we can because it's public domain. I didn't quite know I can be angry and sad at the same time until I read a lot about Constellation. We sacrificed Constellation on the altar for commercialization. I'm not going to sit here and say like that was a completely stupid idea. We get stuff like this. But at what cost, Les? That's always been my argument. What did we pay? What did we pay to have something like this exist? Because we sacrificed a lot to have something like Starship exist. Or Falcon 9. You know? Have you played any of the Top Gun DLC for Microsoft Flight Simulator? I have, Alleviate, but it won't show in the VODs because the Top Gun soundtrack and the Maverick expansion nuked the VOD pretty badly. NASA's been basically in a quagmire since, guys. It's been in a quagmire since. Yeah, and you know what? I don't know whether the commercialization of space, whether that's going to pay out or not, it remains to be seen. Because I guarantee you, if Constellation was still going, we probably wouldn't have something exactly like Starship. But I'll tell you what we would have, though. Falcon 9 would still be a thing. A lot of people don't know that the Commercial Crew Program and the Commercial Orbital Transport Systems Program, the COTS program, particularly the COTS program, the one that saved SpaceX from bankruptcy, was part of Constellation. It was part of its funding. Constellation was always going to expand low Earth orbit into commercialization. They were always going to do that. That was the plan. The reason why I like Constellation so much is because it championed public and private space programs working symbiotically with each other, which is what I think is the right way forward. That's the correct way to do it. That is the most sustainable by far. It also is the most expensive. But I think people obviously you can't have like runaway costs with a space program. It'll balloon like crazy if you're not careful, right? But people saying, "Oh, we can't do it because it's too expensive," is like a little bit absurd to me. That's a little bit absurd to me, considering how much politicians throw money around, like throw our money around like it's not a big deal, like the crazy lump sum that just went to Ukraine. Now, don't get me wrong; I'm not sitting here and suggesting that space program is more important than that, or et cetera, et cetera. I'm illustrating the idea that they can clearly throw around the cash. The cash is there; it's always been there. You know what I mean? So it's hilarious to me, these people that throw cash around willy-nilly at this, money printer go burr, et cetera, through the pandemic. Now, I get it; it's different issues that outweigh other issues. I understand that. But if they're very clear that they can just toss money left and right. Like, there's no, you could do that. Why don't you, you wouldn't need to do that much more, and the space program would be insane. It's an insane cash cow, because space programs generate insane amounts of tax dollars. If Boeing said they could get SLS down by 2017, did they drag their feet to get more money? Yes and no, Ryan. It's a little bit more of a complicated issue. They did drag their feet to an extent, but also they dragged their feet to an extent, and then Congress didn't even give them the money that they asked for. Which, hence that linear funding curve. It's a complicated situation, but yeah. $20 billion a year on NASA is nothing, and it's probably the most profitable thing you could spend money on. Yeah, Laz, pretty much. Yeah, Raven Guard, I don't want to sit here and discuss whether that was a good idea or not. I think that that's going to have long-term repercussions, but I'm not sure what it is, because I'm not an economist, and I stay in my freaking lane. Now, with that being said, yeah, they can very clearly, the will is there to toss cash around at this, at that, at whatever. I just don't understand why they wouldn't throw it towards NASA. You'd be stupid not to. Just blanket double the funds of every single NASA institution. If we doubled NASA's budget, so it's like $25 billion right now. If you doubled that to 50, you double their budget. We could literally do Constellation, Space Shuttle, SLS, commercial crew, Starship, everything. You could do all of it. And then all the climate satellites, you could carpet bomb Mars with Perseverance rovers. It's ridiculous how much people's feet get dragged. I just don't understand why. It doesn't really make sense to me. And now, don't get me wrong, it's probably Rule 8 nonsense, but yeah, I don't know. Hey, I don't mean to call people out. Durg, are you still here? The Durg? I missed your resub message a second ago, and I was reading it during break. I just reminded myself. Durg just got accepted for a master's program in urban planning. Your stream was a big part of me taking interest in STEM. Keep inspiring people. That's cool. Hell yeah. Great resub message. That's awesome. I'm going to have to shoot Durg a message later. Not to mention all the programs NASA canceled because they didn't have money after committing to Artemis. Yeah, Laz, it is a little bit frustrating. But here's I have to be... It's a fine line to walk, okay? It's a fine line to walk. That fine line to walk is this. We can sit here and we can get mad about it, or we can learn and understand the circumstances. It is frustrating. It really is frustrating, especially if you're a space fan. It's so annoying. It seems very much at times like this is intentional. Like, what are you doing? Like, how can you screw up this bad unless it was intentional? But don't attribute malice to what you could attribute to incompetence. I think that's a much more likely thing that's going on. Now, with all that being said, I really don't like pointing the finger at people. I could tell you the names of the people responsible for getting rid of Constellation. I have a short list of those names, and I really don't like those people, but I'm not going to do that. Because you know why? Blaming people is what those people do. I don't do that. We don't blame people. You don't point finger at people. You solve problems. Pointing your finger at people is somebody pointing your finger and say, that's the problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. People that just do that crap all day aren't smart enough to fix the problem. That's what they did. They weren't smart enough to fix the National Space Program problem, so they sacked it on the altar of commercialization to try and get stuff done quicker. See what I'm talking about? That's not rocket science. Rocket science, you don't just say, oh, this is too hard, never mind, let's find another way. No. Commit to it and see it through. You want to land on the moon or not? That's how I look at it. I don't like blaming things. I like learning and understanding the events and why the space program is the way that it is now and making sure that doesn't repeat. This is why that spacesuit program doesn't really sit too right with me, but who knows? Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, Genesis, there you go. What do you mean linear funding? Shouldn't the funding change per year? Yeah, but they ended up making it linear, Ryan. If it doesn't make sense, yeah, I know. This is what I've been trying to tell people for years. They put it on a cost-plus program, right, with no accountability, no dates, no nothing, and then they proceeded to just give it static funding. The funding just goes with the inflation rate. It's really annoying. It is literally everything that you could do wrong with a space program. It's unbelievable that SLS is even on the pad working. And that's a testament to the people that work on it. Not the funding, that's for sure. Hey, Pep, what's going on? I work for a retailer, and one of the interesting things about NASA is that you don't pay NASA to sell NASA-branded merchandise. You only have to get it approved, because there are some rules to putting the name on it, but 0% royalties. Yep, that's right. Just got back. How's the factory? I started a new Save S just because SLS is a great and capable vehicle, guys. It's a good vehicle. It just needs a little bit of a better upper stage. That's all. But here's the thing. It's like I was saying, I don't blame people. You don't point the finger at people. Don't do that. That is a self-defeating mentality, all right? Take ownership of the problem. Yeah, is it someone else's problem? You're damn right it is. Understand why that problem exists. Take ownership of it and fix the fricker. Fix it. Fix it. Take ownership of that problem and fix the damn problem. That's the type of stuff that I like talking about. You know? Yeah, I agree, Rocket Guy. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Ryan. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Why do you think I get all hot and bothered about it every stream? Because it's wrong. It is wrong. I don't like ranting about this every freaking stream, but that is the reality of the situation. I will not stop until people recognize that this is bad and what we need to do to fix it. Like I said, don't just point out problems. Come up with solutions. I want to understand the behavior. My solution has always been to buy more SLS. You can still fix the funding for it. You can make up for all the crap all the bad decisions from the SLS program in the past. And Ryan, that's why I liked Jim so much, because that's what he started doing. He started fixing things. He started taking all this stupid contracting stuff and all this completely fragmented rocket and started putting it together. And look what happened. The reason why SLS is on the pad is a direct result of Jim Bridenstine putting foot to tail to try and fix that freaking problem. I will say that. You can mark my words. What's the status of that composite EUS? Boeing's... There's no composite EUS, GraphShark. The EUS is past CDR, and they're working on the tooling to make the thing. It's going to be made out of stir-welded aluminum right now, from what I understand. The composite one is a viable pathway that Boeing said, hey, we could do this, you just got to tell us to. Now, yeah, we miss Jim. That's true, GraphShark, but don't get me wrong. Bill hasn't done the worst job. I was skeptical of Bill, just like I was skeptical of Jim. Bill hasn't done a bad job. I've noticed things, though. I've noticed some things here and there where, one, the guy's a terrible orator. He's really bad at answering press questions. But where he lacks in public affairs, he makes up for it in the Senate congressional meetings. He's very good at that. he's very good at telling people what they wanted to hear when they need to hear it, and sometimes Bill, I notice, has a very good way of telling the truth, even though the truth could be insulting, without insulting people. He's got that real old school Southern draw thing going on, and I appreciate that. That is tremendously helpful. I will say that straight up. He's very good at that. Stopping development on, I think, SLS2 helped immensely. No. Yes and no, Hellfish. Basically, Jim went to Boeing and said, "What the hell are you guys doing?" He said, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And Boeing basically said, "We're doing what we were told to do, man. Like, you're the one that wanted us to make a rocket with no deadline, no date, no nothing. And we weren't even sure if we were going to order more than 4 of them. What's our incentive to do anything quickly?" And Jim said, "Well, it was supposed to launch in 2017, and it's 2018 right now. How's that for incentive?" And Boeing's like, "All right, that's fair. All right, okay." That's the short version. I'm still unimpressed by him, but Jim is a tough act to follow, I suppose. Rocket Guy, his Senate testimony stuff is pretty good. It's pretty good. Everything else, it's something that I've noticed from Jim to Bill. Something that I've noticed. I'll give you an example. All right. Just NASA's presentations. It's very obvious that NASA's presentations aren't as good with Bill here as they were with Jim. And that's not a reflection of of the crews that do it. I know a lot of the guys that are on the NASA TV crews. I've talked with them. I mean, albeit very briefly, but I know these guys. They're not bad workers. It's just that's something that comes directly from the top. How the agency is how NASA as an agency is forward facing, that comes right from the NASA administrator. And I've noticed that NASA was a lot more open and a lot more transparent about things and a lot more willing to talk about things with Jim there than they are with Bill. I've noticed that. Yeah, dude. The SLS rollout was a good example. The rollout's going to take 11 hours, but we're only going to sit here for 1. And during that 1 hour presentation of the SLS VAB rollout for Artemis 1, 15 minutes of it was showing the actual rocket rolling out. The other 45 was different people talking about how excited they are about the rocket rolling out and not actually showing the rocket rolling out. And then the rocket's still rolling out and it's rolling down the crawlerway and they're like, "Okay, guys, all right, bye. We gotta go to the bar. See you later. That concludes our coverage. Bye." Dude, if that was me, the NASA PAOs, I would have them rotating in 2 to 3 hour shifts. You would cover the entire goddamn rollout, the whole freaking thing. I would have interviews on the mobile launcher, on the platforms, up on the tower, looking down at at everything passing by. I would have people being interviewed. I would have the Apollo astronauts were there. Tom Stafford was there. An Apollo astronaut was there. And Bill's like, "Hey, look, Tom Stafford's here. All right, cool. Back to me talking about how NASA's a good place to work." I'm like, dude, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Talk to the Apollo astronaut, please. Like, it would be a huge live stream extravaganza, and I would have the press with me the entire time. Not just sitting in a freaking pig pen at the press site taking pictures of the rocket. No. The press would, if they wanted to be on a tour bus or something, I would have a tour bus with them right there, take pictures of the rocket as it's rolling. Elon and Jim with Tim is a prime example. Bingo. Yeah, that's what I mean. And I noticed that change from Jim to Bill. The presentations are But hey, like I said, Bill makes up for it in the background stuff that he does. He's very good at that stuff. He's very politically competent because he's been a politician for 40 freaking years. Well, 50, actually. Yeah, Rocket Guy, yeah. Didn't Jim go in a hearing and start discussing Falcon Heavy for Artemis, and all of a sudden stuff started moving? Jim's, yeah, see? He wasn't afraid to address the elephant in the room. That's why I like Jim. That's a mark of a problem solver. That's the mark of somebody who's willing to put foot to ass to get stuff done. I appreciate that a lot. And the second I saw it, I recognized it. I'm like, this guy's the best NASA administrator in 50 years. So how is telling Boeing they're 1 year past the deadline an incentive? Look at what Rocket Guy's talking about, Ryan. If it was, you'd marathon stream it all. You're damn right I would, S. I would be there streaming the whole thing. I'm pretty impressed with Bill. He's no James Webb, but his congressional hearings are top-notch. I agree. His background, Bill's backward-facing stuff, Novus, like Senate congressional stuff, Sustainable Lunar Development Program, amazing. Very smart. Jim got 1 lander on the books. Bill got 2 on the books. That's good. That's good. I have the satisfactory bug, thanks. You're welcome. I'll believe that if he gets the funding for this new suit program. Sadly, I don't have the same faith in Bill that you do. I know what you mean, Blue. So how is telling Bowling there 1 year... So how... Ryan, what's up? So how is telling Boeing they're 1 year past the deadline an incentive to move faster? That probably was chat delay, Ryan. Please go look at what Rocket Guy said in chat. He said it better than I could have. Jim's work as at Viasat has been nothing short of disappointing, though. Hit pieces against Starlink, not on factual merit, but on completely made-up bullcrap. Attacking on facts, not on bullcrap. It was way out of left field for him. Well, being on the board of directors, Gravshark, he has a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, so he has to say crap like that. Just how Peter Beck in the Neutron video was crapping on Starship. You have to. Do I agree with it? No. Do I think Jim is more principled than that? No. Yes, I do. But you have to play the game. I think Jim's way smarter than that. But hey, it is what it is, dude. It's just business. It's not personal. That's why I like Jim when he worked at NASA, because it's personal. Because as a taxpayer, it makes it personal because we are monetarily involved. But anyway. Here's some news from the Viper mission, dudes. You might appreciate this. Check this out. Great to have the NASA Ames Viper rover and astrobotic lander team at NASA Glenn for egress testing. After egress testing is complete, we'll conduct another mobility test at our unique SO slope lab to ensure the rover is ready for its trip to the moon. Viper is a lunar prospecting rover. And a lunar prospecting rover and lander, it'll land and then the rover will drive off the side, like that. And they have a prototype for the rover's drive mechanism there. Working on testing out the wheels and the suspension and the drive mechanism for rolling off the stand. That's cool. The Viper mission is scheduled for 2024, if I'm remembering right. A really, really cool mission. Does it look for gold? No. It looks for water, you dope. Why would it look for gold on the moon? Prospecting doesn't mean looking for gold, Eukerman. It means looking for resources. It's got to get that space drip, man. I'd want to see you, Elon, Jim, and every day in a room together for a few hours. Is that going on Eclipse mission? Viper is Eclipse mission, S. Yep. Space drip. Name it Stinky Pete. Yep, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, there were whalers on the moon. Let's get to the Starship coverage. So, this footage is coming from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, Mary, Nick, and the NSF robots that are run by our very good friend Das. Twitch streamer Das, John Galloway. So, be sure to go over there to NASA Spaceflight, support them. You support them there, it supports me here. And it'll keep letting me watch these videos and put my terrible, terrible, terrible commentary over them. Enjoy. Let's see what's going on down in Texas. Anyway, POG moment. Section 4F was concluded in the programmatic environmental assessment. It's going to get finished on the 13th, Thomas, yeah. Is the water rising? Yeah, it's... Yeah, Kuro, there's these things called tides. Lunar gravitational perturbations pulls the oceans in different directions. Tide pods, yes, yes. Oh, he's gifted a sub to legalize marinara. I agree. It should be legal. Marinara sauce should be legal for personal consumption. You should write a book, The Subtle Art of Giving People Crap. Well, Sanchai, the thing is that the part of the U.S. that I'm from, we don't do that. It's very candid, very overt. No, that's not right, you dope. Yeah, see, we're not subtle up here. We ain't subtle. Drive on the roads up here. You'll hear a lot of colorful names. The South is subtle, that's right. And the people from the southern part of the U.S., that's a little bit different. Those are the ones that tell you what, boy, I tell you what. Differences. An anonymous cheer with 200 bits. Very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very much thank you, I guess, for bits. There's the mystery box. You can't look in the box. Can you 3D print with pasta? No, you'd just burn the pasta. What part of the country are you in? I'm in Boston, John. I'm in the Northeast. I don't know what gave it away. I don't know what gave it away. Yeah, see, that's my favorite golfing team right there, by the way. Yeah. It's golf season. It's not hockey season. What are you talking about? Go Yankees. Ew. Laundry J, you have to wear your trash shirt. That was probably the best one out of all of them, Phenomena. I'm not going to lie to you. You're a Minnesota, you Twins guy? Right on, dude. Cool. This is a crane. It picks things up. And then right after it picks things up, it puts them right back down again. Yeah, I know, T-Man. We saw that already. Novus, what are you saying here? Pause that for a second. SLS was delayed so much because it was originally underestimated. The core is almost entirely a brand new design, excluding the engines. First-time builds for new designs will always have technical issues crop up that requires engineering work to solve. And Novus, this is when cost plus is favored. That's a good idea because you don't know what the frick you have to make, right? Obviously. SLS isn't an exception to it. This is the worst in the engine section because it's the most complicated piece of the core. Yep. Down in the South, to give insults like, he is who he is. God loves him because no one else will. And bless your heart. Oh, bless your heart. You sweet, sweet summer child. It just sounds weird when I say it. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that anymore. Let's go back to this. Any Starlink people hang out in here? I want to demo it on my company's jets. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe screw yourself. My theory on chat is that chat's like mushrooms. Feed them crap and keep them in the dark. Yes, this is some metal. Peepo G. How's your mother? Say hello to your mother for me, okay, Chad? Have you seen the new Beavis and Butthead trailer? No. No. I don't eat crap. I eat like crap. Get it right. Oh, okay, that's fair. Now, how do you like them apples? I don't like the sound of them apples, Will. What are we gonna do? Jackie? Yeah? It's hunting season. Chat, can you, like, shut up? Yeah. Stop talking. That's a pretty awesome shot of Starship, but the Star Factory is actually looking pretty good. Guys, they got a lot of the insulation up there. I eat pieces of crap like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of crap for breakfast? No. Applesauce, beach. He's just shotgun. He goes flying back into the wall. Oh, Bouncy, that's so goddamn funny, dude. It's my favorite part of that movie. This is exacerbated because of the flat funding curve. All those engineering issues take longer to solve because it takes engineers to solve them. It pays dividends down the line to fund things up front instead of paying out the wazoo for inevitable delays from underfunding. Ryan Stone, if you're in chat, read what Novus just said. That will... Novus's 2 last messages will explain exactly what's going on. All right, John. See you, buddy. All right, let's see. Let's back it up a little ways. Yeah, Ryan, I see your question. Look at what Novus just said. Trust me. Warriors are going to beat the Celtics in 5 games. Man, I don't care about basketball. I'm happy the Celtics are there, but I don't care. Like, okay, it's not that I don't care about basketball. I just don't really follow it as much as I follow like baseball, hockey, football, racing for whatever reason. And I don't want to be like, oh my God, I love the Celtics now just because they're in the championship. I want them to win. Don't get me wrong. You're going down, you son of a... But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm their biggest super fan. I'm definitely not. No. The Bruins are not out. The Bruins are playing golf right now, Benno. Get it right. I live 6 blocks away from the Chase Center. I live 20 minutes away from the Garden, guy. What do you want? What? Because you're freaking closer? You're a bigger fan of your freaking team? Frick you. Go off to the bay and go eat some kale or something or whatever the frick you do over there. There. See that? That was your northern banter right there. Don't you have some invasive fish, goldfish or something to save? Freaking weirdo. Funny that you could probably play basketball the best of all the sports you follow. I was a center when I played 5 years of basketball in the Catholic Youth Organization. CYO basketball. Yeah, I played for 5 years. I was center. I could jump higher than everybody else. Yes. Probably can't anymore. Probably not enough delta V. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't the whole point of making SLS based on old shuttle technology to reduce the price? If they ended up reinventing everything anyway, what was the point of that? Saving a few $1 million? Oh, no. Well, they knew that they had to reinvent it, Laz. They knew that they had to do that. They knew that they had to do that anyway. The problem is, when you cancel the shuttle program, fire all the people that are familiar with the shuttle, and then a couple years later decide you're going to build a shuttle-derived launch vehicle after you fired all your technical expertise and personnel, turns out that it doesn't get done very fast now, does it? Even if you have to re-engineer something. Spoiler alert, that's exactly what happened. The day after STS-135 landed at Kennedy Space Center, they laid off 5,000 people. 5,000 jobs. Space Coast hasn't recovered financially since. I'm dead serious. Oh yeah, just now it's starting to get back to where it was, dude. Catholic basketball? Heh, yeah. Kale salads are actually pretty good. Alright, well, why don't you go over there to the bay with Edmano over there, S-Master, and go agree with each other over there, where you're not near me, okay? Any thoughts on the Tampa Bay's possible three-peat? No? My family member, your dad worked on the ET plumbing. He probably would have been useful on SLS. Yeah, Laz, that was the problem. They laid off 5,000 people. That was just the Cape. That was just the Cape. That doesn't include all the guys that are making external tanks at Michoud, all the guys that were testing RS-25s at Stennis for the Block 2 SSME. I'm telling you, man, big mistake. Big mistake. Now, don't get me wrong. The shuttle program was on its way out no matter what. But the plan was to take all that technical expertise and move them all over to Constellation. So, i.e., all the guys that were working on external tanks would now work on core stages. You know, and they would be able to provide the technical expertise of making external tanks for 30 freaking years, and that would help with the redesign. So it would get done faster. That was the idea. The idea that you start with Ares 1, and Ares 1, all the SRB guys know exactly what they're doing because they've been making SRBs for 30 freaking years. You start with Ares 1, and Ares 1 proves out your components for Ares 5. The idea is that you fund Ares 1 first, just like we funded Gemini first. Ares 1 restores the space shuttle's crew capability, and then you get Ares 5 on the books, and you ramp down Ares 1's funding as it finishes development. Ares 1's second stage engine is the same engine as Ares 5. And Ares 1's first stage engines are the same engines for Ares 5 as well. So you wouldn't have to foot an insane development bill. And keeping and retaining technical expertise from the shuttle program could bring costs down even more. The problem is, if you cancel the stupid program, then you wait 2 years after you fired all these people. And so first of all, even if you wanted to hire them back, what are you going to do? Go find them, track them down, knock on their door and say, haha, yeah, you remember that time where I laid you off in the middle of a recession? You want to come work for us again? Probably not a good idea. Yeah, they'll probably have some choice words for you. They'll probably say, oh, bless your heart. Second part of that is, you kicked out all your technical expertise, so now you have to teach everything again. Now you have to learn everything again. Why do you think it was so far behind schedule? That was the goal, and it worked really well for the engines, since they had so much heritage data behind them. Unfortunately, the core isn't just a stretched external tank and required a totally new design to handle the RS-25s in a different location. Different aft SRB attachment points, added weight, the list goes on and on. Yep. What year did the layoffs happen? 2011. July 21st, 2011. The day after STS-135 landed. They laid off like 5,000. I don't know if it's 5,000. I'd have to go look. I know it's somewhere up in the thousands. That is a lot of jobs. That's a lot of jobs going out in one shot. That's why Constellation was so good. Constellation was basically trying to overcome all the shortcomings from the space shuttle program. And then, yeah, it was trying to overcome all of it. A lot of high-value jobs, that's right. I'm telling you, Bauxy, that part of the country, Central Florida, where I went to school, right? Titusville, the Space Coast, still hasn't economically recovered from that. They're still reeling from losing 5,000 tax-paying high tax-paying jobs. Yeah, and only now, like, dude, here's the thing. Even with commercial, you're not really overcoming the shortcomings. And SLS is low launch frequency. Maybe that will offset it. But how far are we down the road? How far offset are we now? Dude, it's gonna be a while before that whole part of the country recovers. It's gonna be a little bit. A lot of Boeing people at KSE moves to South Carolina to work on the 787. Yep, that means, so that exactly, Hammer Nails, exactly. That 5K moving away. Your tax roll goes to hell. You can't afford to fix the stupid frickin' roads, right? Now all the industries that are sustaining all these jobs, grocery stores, police, fire departments, electrical power, all of that dips. All of it dips down. All of it goes. All of it dips. That's what a recession does. It's not good. There's a ripple effect. And we know this from cities. Now, don't get me wrong, cities isn't an end-all, be-all of how population flux and employment works, but it's a pretty good representation. Just like Kerbal's a pretty good representation. It's enough to get the point across, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Super. 72 months. Bing bong. Fortunately, some people cared enough to come back and keep working on the SLS from the shuttle. They're worth their weight in gold nowadays. There's so much institutional knowledge from past programs and experience. Yeah, some of them came back Novas, which is good, but that feeds into the much larger problem that I talked about yesterday, the brain drain that's going on with NASA. Eventually, you commercialize everything, you get rid of these people, you lay them off. What do you think happened to the XEMU people? You think they're going to go work for ILC Dover or Axiom? No, they have their own stuff in-house. These people are out of jobs, most likely. That's what canceling space programs does. It lays off a ton of people. So eventually there's going to be no NASA programs left because they're going to sacrifice all of them on the altar of commercialization. And then when NASA's bled freaking dry and commercials have all the power in terms of launching stuff into low Earth orbit, the politicians aren't going to be able to figure that out in time. They can't even figure it out right now. That's why it's dangerous. I don't think it's a good idea. Now, don't get me wrong. At the same time, we shouldn't not leverage the commercial industries. But eventually you're going to bleed NASA dry and there's going to be nothing left. There is a gigantic brain drain at NASA. Ask anyone that works there. Everybody wants to work for SpaceX. Everybody wants to work for Blue Origin. Everybody wants to work for insert your commercial company here. For every and there's only a finite crop of aerospace engineers that graduate every year. Right? And on top of people not retiring from NASA, right? So they can't bring on new people because programs are getting compressed, not expanded, right? Or canceled outright. So people either just sit there and enjoy their retirement at NASA and they don't hire new people. They have interns and stuff, which is great, but that's a net downward trend. Now, don't get me wrong. It might be better if they do it with, maybe it's better. Maybe commercial is the better option, but I see more shortcomings by 100% leveraging commercial. Stuff might get done faster, but that could lead to some seriously bad repercussions in the future. Simultaneously, I think doing no commercial could also lead to serious repercussions in the future. Enter the Apollo program. The Apollo program get canceled because there's no competition anymore. Bye-bye. That's why Bill talked about how NASA is such a good place to work. There's going to be a big wave of retirements from the older folks at the agency, and then there's going to be nothing left. And then we can't sacrifice any more on the altar of commercial. So then NASA just becomes a middleman. Oh, we want a multi-user spaceport. Oh, we want to be a customer on this. No, you don't. That's not a good idea. I will say that right now. That is not a good idea. Yep, think about how many subcontractors have been out of business. People make screws, small parts, electronics. Dude, there's a ripple effect here. There's a ripple effect here. And the funny thing to me, Hammer Nails, is that people have the gall to call NASA a jobs program. Like, it's just a jobs program to these people. We should pull the plug we should pull the plug here. Yeah, okay. No. We're not just talking about, like, people say that because, they want to see the rocket fly faster. Or, the taxpayer, blah, 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 right? Like, and don't get me wrong, the taxpayer stuff is right. But, that we're not just talking about, like, oh, why don't we just take the jobs and move it over here? We're talking about ruining entire areas of the country because you want to see a rocket launch faster. That's ridiculous to me. There are repercussions here for the incessant need for instant gratification in the space program. The repercussions are there's going to be nothing left in NASA in another couple of years. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to fearmonger anybody. It's not a couple of years. But do we really want this? Do we really want NASA to go away from what they're doing right now? I don't want that. Where does it end? Where does that end? They're doing it with low Earth orbit. Then they're going to do it with landers. Then it's going to be commercial providers to move scientific payloads into space, right? Then it might even be the scientific payloads themselves. You want a corporation you want NASA beholden to a corporation to put something like an Earth science satellite into space or a climate science satellite into space? I don't think this is wise. I really don't. Now, don't get me wrong. This is hyperbole on my part. This is an absolute worst case scenario. It more likely than not won't end like this, but you do set up the precedent. The precedent is there. The option is there now to do that stuff. I don't think that's right. I don't even want the option because somebody along the line, somewhere down the road, will think this is a good idea. Oh, we want to get climate science done faster. We'll farm it out to commercial. And they won't even realize how stupid that actually is. They won't even realize it. For one, I'm glad there's no government-run airline. Yeah. But NASA isn't the FAA, Hellfish, It's not that. It's two different things. The first step into a new horizon is almost always performed by... Yeah, that's right, Lazarus. Yeah, I know. Then NASA will have to pay for data, and the public won't be able to access it because, God forbid, we know any proprietary info. That's right, Ian. Bingo. We already see it happening. Oh, you can't get the cryogenic timings on SLS. Oh, you want Axiom spacesuit designs? No, you can't have that. It violates our intellectual property. It violates our IP. We can't tell you what the spacesuit looks like, and we can't tell you how much it's going to cost. That is a horrible precedent to set up. A horrible. That could backfire catastrophically. That to the point where I'm like, did anyone do a risk aversion analysis on the spacesuit program? Somebody did somewhere, and they thought that this was the best way to do this. I don't think that's a good idea, man. No, I wouldn't want NASA owning the ULA FSW. FSW, Odin? Yeah, Blue, it's very clear that people want to talk about it. So, yeah. Flight software. No. Don't get me wrong. Stuff like that should stay proprietary, and it does. Even on SLS, we don't need access into the guidance system. But it's very clear that with this huge drive for commercialization, that corporations are like about their intellectual property, right? Like SpaceX is very protective of its IP, and that's fair. I get it. But it's gotten to the point where NASA can't do NASA things because they can't explain things. They literally can't do outreach. They can't tell you what's going on because corporations don't want their IP data. They don't want intellectual property being moved around. Now, I'll give you an example. And now, I'm not sure if this is going to help or hinder my argument, but here you go. The Russians go back to January of this year. So just think about the space program before the whole Ukraine thing happened, right? The Russians wanted schematics for Crew Dragon because they wanted to do their own risk analysis on Crew Dragon to see if it was safe. And SpaceX said no. No, absolutely not. No, you can fly on our capsule. It's safe. Trust us. And the rest, if you were Russia, reverse the scenario. We're going to put an astronaut on a new Russian spacecraft. And we said, hey, can we see the designs? And the Russians said, no, comrade, he's safe. He's fine. What would we say? We'd be like, ha ha, sure it is. All right, how about you give me those plans now, right? Intellectual property strained international cooperation on the ISS. Now, whether you think it's right or wrong in this particular scenario, I don't know. I guess that's up to different people's judgment. But it does show that it does do that. I don't like that. I don't like it. You know, I think that the space program is an avenue with the Russians that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And it's opened me up to meeting all kinds of different people all over the world that I otherwise wouldn't know or care about. You know what I mean? That helps keep the peace, right? Well, like I said, cast your mind back to the beginning of this year, but you get what I'm trying to say. What's that, Bugsy? Boat. You lay a rocket ship which you came fresh out of dry dock. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, they wanted Falcon 9 too, as well as Crew Dragon. Well, that is part of the risk aversion. You can't just look at the spacecraft, and I understand that. I understand it, Buck. It makes sense. If Ares 1 was flying, this problem never would have happened. It wouldn't have even been a thing. Nobody would have thought twice about it. It wouldn't have been nothing. See what I'm talking about precedents getting set up? Now, in this case, I think SpaceX is correct. Why would they give them to? The Russians just going to copy it. Or they'll sell it to the Chinese or something. We know that would happen, right? Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just a piece of crap and I'm assuming. I don't know. But I don't know. Like, it could have been any one of those scenarios. What I'm saying is that this problem could have been entirely avoided if Ares 1 and Orion are flying. Did the Russians share Soyuz plans? Yep. And we shared shuttle plans with the Russians because cosmonauts flew on the space shuttle. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. It's a worst case scenario, which is why I spend all this time talking about it. It's important to learn. It's important to learn, especially if you're a U.S. taxpayer. It's important to learn what happens when, you know, I want this rocket done faster. These guys can do it for cheaper. What? The consequences of doing that? No. It's cheaper. It's cheaper. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not anti-commercial. There needs to be a symbiosis between a government space program and commercial. And I think that the trend, even to this day, is playing more heavily handed for commercial. And I don't think that's smart. I think NASA should have redundant capability to commercial contractors. Everything that SpaceX can do, NASA should be able to do as well. Duplicate. That's the ultimate redundant dissimilar. And then on top of that, if you have commercial contractors with redundant dissimilar architecture as well, you get the ultimate form of triple redundancy to have a more sustainable space program in the long term. More capsules being launched into space, despite one being a government in-house design, will lower the price of the capsules. I can give people a good example of this. When Falcon 9 started flying, Elon Musk constantly looked at the space shuttle and the space shuttle's pricing and said, look, this is a terrible way to do this. I can do it for cheaper. I can do this for cheaper. Now, he's right. He can do it for cheaper, but Falcon 9 definitely doesn't do what a space shuttle does, so of course you're going to be able to do it for cheaper, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Even if you match capability to capability, Falcon 9 is still less expensive. So Elon was 100% right. Would Falcon 9 even exist if he couldn't make that argument? Think about it. Would Dragon 2 exist if that was the case? I don't know. There needs to be a datum. You need to have something that's the baseline configuration so commercial companies have something to compare to. You gotta think about it. It keeps it in check. Right? It keeps it in check. If NASA has their own in-house space program, the commercial customers have a have a regulated price to be able to compete against. And they will lower their prices comparatively to the government, because that's exactly what happened when Falcon 9 started flying. And in response, NASA could find a less expensive way to do things via the innovation dollars that they get. NASA can drive anybody's development into the ground with how much research and development they can do themselves. So, commercial customer says, I can do this for cheaper than this rocket. NASA's rocket is expensive. I can do this for cheaper. They make a cheaper version. And then NASA says, okay, well, we don't want to be priced into oblivion, right? So let's have a research and development project on a reusable lunar rocket or a reusable lunar lander or something. And then you have a datum for that. And then the commercial companies can say, I can make a lander better than that. And then the commercial companies can compete against each other on top of the baseline price. That is the ultimate form of sustainability. It's triple redundant, because you have commercial redundant dissimilar, and those two redundant dissimilar are comparing against government prices. It's like operating hard drives in RAID. That is the best way to make sure that your data is safeguarded, right? If you have it on RAID in a hard drive, like 3 hard drives in triple redundancy, that's really, 2 can check the other one. That's a really good way to do things. You know, you have the trifecta. You have triple redundancy. Triple redundancy is the minimum viable way of making the thing most sustainable in any situation. Because 2 can always check 1, or 1 can't check 2. Right? With 2 commercial customers competing in redundant dissimilar, right? So like Starliner and Dragon, there's, you know, people say, oh, it's going to drive down the price. Is it though? No, it's not going to drive down the price. Not at all. Because NASA states that they want redundant dissimilar architecture. So there's only the commercial contractors to compare each other to. That's just as likely to drive up the price as it is down. Think about it for a second. It's true. What's stopping SpaceX and Boeing going to each other and saying, ha, maybe we want to make more quarterly profits this year? Now, don't get me wrong, this is unlikely with SpaceX. I don't think Elon would allow that crap. But they could jack the price. They could both agree to just jack the price, and then now NASA's beholden to a way more expensive option than what it would have been if they just developed their own launch vehicle. I'm not saying that could happen right now, but it could happen in the future. Why wouldn't it? Maybe SpaceX decide they don't need to do business with NASA no more. They could do it themselves. And then now NASA's beholden to like Boeing and Lockheed for commercial crew transport. You think that's a good idea? I don't like that. I don't think that's a good idea at all. A counter with down mass capability for everyone makes that argument. Bingo. You want more capability? You got to pay more money. It's pretty straightforward stuff. 4 Falcon 9s can do what 1 shuttle can. 2 uncrewed, 2 crewed. And it costs, even adjusted for inflation, it costs a little bit less than what a shuttle stack would. But one could make the argument that operational costs, booster storage, booster transport, booster testing would offset the shuttle, because you only need to launch 1 thing with the shuttle as opposed to 4. Isn't that what happened to the British with the Black Arrow? I'm not 100% familiar with the Black Arrow Nighthound, but it's I'd have to go and read again. I'm not sure. What does NASA build these days to go up? SLS. SLS could have been done this way if it had been started while the shuttle program was still running. The way Constellation was done. It's not just feasible to keep all these folks on for years in the early program while everything is being designed. You have to have overlap, Novus. They did the opposite of that. Which goes back to what I've been saying, dude. We have this great bolstering commercial spaceflight industry, and that's great. That's awesome. At what cost? That's always been the argument. What cost? This is going to have repercussions, especially inside of NASA. Long-term repercussions that won't be seen for a little while. What's the cost? SLS is a good example. But isn't everything done via contract? So the only real difference between commercial and not is that the hardware commercial makes isn't government exclusive. Yeah, but Talon, with in-house design, with NASA in-house, so NASA doing the operations too, they can denote price. They can set the price. Talon, think about it like what the Federal Reserve does. And I know there's probably some people in here that, I hate the Federal Reserve. I like the Federal Reserve. I don't care what your opinion is on it. Think about it like that, like how it works. The Fed sets the price. They set the price to make sure the economy doesn't spin off into oblivion, which is funny because they failed miserably in 2008 doing that, but that's another story. Yeah, that's how NASA needs to work. NASA needs to be able to set the price. And what is a good way to set the price but have your own in-house capability? What is the Federal Reserve? Go look it up on your own time, Forge. I'm not explaining that here. Doesn't Boeing build SLS for NASA? Yeah, of course they do. So Starliner is screwed then. What is this, Forge? NASA, so this is coming from Eric. NASA's announcement of additional Crew Dragon seat purchases is a bigger deal than I initially realized. It looks like NASA has now bought the remainder of the seats needed to keep the ISS fully crewed until 2030. Also, if you're keeping score at home, it appears probable that SpaceX will end up flying 14 crewed ISS missions for NASA and to Boeing's 6. This does not include private missions to the station, such as Axiom. Those will also likely all fly on Dragon. Forge, there's that other thing that I was talking about where if you pit two commercial contractors against each other and one drives the other into bankruptcy, what happens then? Now you're back to sole sourcing a spacecraft. Does the government prop up the other one? Nope. Historically, they merge the launch industry and then mandate two vehicles to be made under one company, which ends up stagnating the market, which is exactly what happened and is the reason why ULA exists. Guys, I didn't just make this stuff up for my health. I didn't just make this stuff up because I played Kerbal for a couple of hours here and there. I make this stuff up because I do my research and I notice the patterns. I think this is dangerous, but I could be wrong. But, yeah, I could be wrong. I fully invite that I could be wrong. You know? I don't know. I don't know better than NASA. Who knows? Anyway, back to Starship production, shall we? Wouldn't that be something.com?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Wizard, 31-month resub. Thank you. Yoda. Ooh, Booster 8 engine section right here. On the other side, always remember that Starliner will be used on orbital reef. That's right. That's right. I mean, yeah, no, that's correct. I honestly, like, Forge, here's the thing. I don't want people to get confused and people to think that I think that commercial contractors is a bad thing. No. What I'm saying is that we need to do both. We need to do both things. You need to have an in-house space program redundant to a healthy and vibrant commercial space program. That is the most sustainable way forward. If you have commercial providers bolstering a low Earth orbit economy while NASA is going to the moon at the same time, no senator is going to dare try and defund NASA for anything. Ever. And who knows? Maybe that was the plan all along. Maybe the plan was to jumpstart commercial so NASA would end up getting more money. That actually makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. 102,900 and 1,000,000 to 29,818%. Yeah, right. Hey, Jeffrey, 4-month resub. Thank you. More Artemis 4 hardware. I mean, dude, wouldn't that be some five-head solution right there? Bolster the commercial market to get politicians to pull their head out of their tail and actually get stuff funded correctly? No. They can't be that smart. The reason why they can't be that smart is because they keep pawning stuff off to commercial. I mean, it has shown SLS has had its budget increase. They increased SLS's budget with Jim being there. That's an interesting thought. Brewery or spacecraft production area? I'll let you decide. Yeah, Poison. I honestly think sacking... this isn't anything new. Sacking Constellation or Ares 1 to the altar of commercial was a notoriously short-sighted decision. Yeah, that was a
Discovery, go and throttle up.
But hey, whatever. What? Hey, 31-month resub. Look at that forklift phenomenon. That's a big forker. That's a big mother forker. Oh yeah, look, dude, look, it's got an extra tank of 1202 in the back of that Ferd there. You see that? Oh yeah, mint. What was the bigger mistake? Canceling the rest of the Apollo plans or canceling Constellation? Canceling Constellation was pretty dumb. That ranks pretty high on the list of dumb things to do. I honestly think that canceling hardware that's flown is even dumber. Yeah, that's probably the ultimate dumb thing that you can do. Yeah. Yeah, getting rid of Apollo... If getting rid of Constellation set us back 20 years, getting rid of Apollo set us back 50. Yeah. Easily. Have we restored capability of the Apollo program? Nope. Last time I checked, the last time we went to the moon was December of 1972, and by my calculations, we will not have that done by the end of this year. Back to the surface of the moon. No. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Do not cancel space programs that have flight hardware manufactured. That is quite literally the stupidest thing that you can do. And I'm skeptical of anyone that says, we should cancel this rocket that already works because we'll make another one that'll be cheaper. Or, we'll give it to commercial. It'll be cheaper. Nope. We fell for that in 2011. No. No. Yeah, Dak, Apollo, by far. I mean, arguably, it's far cheaper to not fly than it is to fly. But yeah, a space program, a government organization or a government-run space program is supposed to do the opposite of that. They're supposed to fly. Oh, I didn't want to see this. That's right, Opsher. Yep. That's a shame. It's not right. That ain't right. It's not right at all. Is it special or something, or do you want all carriers turned into museums? Whooshing, this is the last carrier that is eligible to be turned into a museum. That's why it's not right. What do I mean by that? Well, the Kitty Hawk is oil-fired. It's an oil-fired aircraft carrier. There ain't many of those left. Because after the Kitty Hawk, the Saratoga and the JFK were made, so I think that's 62, 63, and 67, I think. After those ships were made, they switched to the Nimitz-class carriers in the 70s. The Nimitz-class carriers are nuclear-powered. You can't make a nuclear-powered warship into a museum. They are not eligible to be museums because they have to rip the nuclear reactor out of the ship because it's a nuclear reactor and probably wouldn't do well in a museum. Does that make sense? The reason why this pisses me off so much is because that's the Kitty Hawk. That's one of the last oil-fired supercarriers in the world. Or U.S. supercarriers in the world. This one is eligible to be was eligible to be a museum. It's not eligible anymore. And when the Nimitz carriers go, they can't become museums. You got to rip them apart to get the nuke out. The nuke is in the center of the ship. It's like ripping someone's heart out. You got to rip the heart out. You got to rip the reactor out of the ship. That basically scraps it. This ship could have been a museum ship, but it isn't. If they turn the Nautilus into a museum, they could turn the Nimitz into one. Well, there's a lot less stuff between the reactor and the water on a submarine than there is on a supercarrier at Mena. Why not plug the nuclear reactor into the local grid where it would be stationed, with a nice cooling tower next to it? Verigor, ships don't need cooling towers. There's this thing that they're floating in that's cold most of the time. That's why they don't have a cooling tower. They use salt water to cool the nuclear reactor. But it's a twice redundant coolant loop. It's not like they're spewing radiation into the ocean. Won't they recycle it into new carriers? And don't they like to reuse the anchors? I'm sure there are parts that will find their way into future aircraft carriers. There were attempts. Nobody wanted it, Ignis. A supercarrier museum is very expensive to operate. It is a boat, after all. I know it's a ship. Please don't kill me. That's a very expensive thing to keep afloat. You got to remember, this carrier would have had a 4,000-man crew to maintain. Like, well, that's not all maintenance, but a good deal of it is keeping the ship pristine. You need 4,000 people to do that. That's expensive. Uncle Sam can afford that, no problem. Hear me out, EJ. Scrap the new house purchase. I don't think I could afford anything on this. Are all museum carriers World War II ships? That's correct, Make. Yep. This was the last one that was eligible for a museum. They can't... I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that they... I mean, yeah, like I said, they made the Nautilus into a museum. That is a nuclear-powered submarine. It is a museum. And I'm not saying that there might not be nuclear-powered carrier museums in the future. What I'm saying is that it's very unlikely to happen at this point. Could Elon afford it? Sure. Could they take the reactor out through the hatches? They refuel the reactor. No, because the fuel rods aren't as big as the dang reactor. They build the ship around the reactor, Creeper. Think about it like the Atlantis exhibit at Kennedy Space Center. The building is built around Atlantis. Atlantis is never coming out of that building unless you destroy the building. They built it around Atlantis, inside of it. Which sucks. I mean, I suppose you could, Creeper. I suppose you could pull the nuclear reactors and then put the ship back together. I suppose. It would be like doing open heart surgery on an aircraft carrier. That could get costly. These things are expensive to build and they're expensive to maintain. Ripping the heart out of one and putting it... ripping the heart out and basically embalming the ship could get expensive. Elon should buy it and turn it into a Starship landing craft. Yeah. It's just a shame. Look, the screws. The screws are on deck right there. See that? That's just a shame. That ain't right. They had new renders of it that they released today, Novus. I'll show it to you in a second. It's just a shame. It kills me to see that. Could the deck handle the flame of a Falcon 9 landing? Sure. Yeah, Ian, I don't have a problem with that. I suppose I don't have a problem with it if they take that ship and use it to make new carriers. That's fine. That's okay. Steel is very recyclable, so... As long as they scrap it and they send the parts, they send the steel right back to Newport News to make new carriers, I'm okay with that. They're scrapping her, Karmas. Didn't the Kitty Hawk also support some Apollo missions? I think so. Our current decks can't even handle F-35 landings. You gotta film cool it, Waffles. Now, that probably is something harder to do with an aircraft carrier, but with Falcon 9, it's only a little bit of heat for a second. You just spray the deck down with water. It works on the drone ships. If it can land on the drone ship, why couldn't Falcon 9 land on that? Absolutely. Why? Of course it could. Burb. Man, that is a big ship. Holy crap, she's big. They have deck sprayers all over carriers. Maybe that's where SpaceX got the idea. Does the U.S. have any super carriers being built at the moment? Always, Laserman. Yeah, oh yeah. And the Ford class carriers are bigger than that, dude. We go ham with this stuff, man. It's freaking impressive, dude. We go ham with it. It's unbelievable. I'd love to see construction updates. Building it around the stack is going to be pretty unique, right? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. What carrier is this? It's the Kitty Hawk. Or ex-Kitty Hawk. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of metal. The Navy decommissioned it. It doesn't have a name anymore. When you take the hull number off and decommission the ship, it technically doesn't have a name. It's the X-Kitty Hawk. The new Enterprise is currently being built. Yeah, I can show you guys where they're made. It's really cool. I'd love to go in there and do like a VFT there someday, but like, if you think trying to get information about rockets is bad, trying to get information on the supercarriers is even worse. Because that actually is like defense weaponry. This is defense-derived stuff, you know? Like, is the name significant for something? The Kitty Hawk? Yeah. Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, where the Wright brothers first tested the Wright Flyer in 1903. Yeah, yes, it's significant. My cousin works at Newport News. Gonna get a tour, hopefully. Cool. Why do some carriers have ramps for takeoff? It depends on what it's designed for, Ark, to be honest with you. Different carrier... That is just another way to solve a different problem, okay? So, the U.S. carriers have... the Nimitz-class carriers have steam-powered catapults and no angled deck. There's carriers like the Kuznetsov, the Liaoning, the Ark Royale had this. The new British carriers have that ramp. Why? Why make the ramp? Well, the ramp is a little bit simpler to make than a catapult, but the catapult can launch a heavier plane. You know, you can do more stuff with a flat deck carrier. You can launch heavier stuff because you don't. Picture the catapult like an SRB on a rocket. You can do more with an SRB. You have more delta V. So the ramp carrier, you can only move so heavy of a plane off that thing, right? Watch any ramp takeoff. The plane takes off the ramp and then it kind of does this for a second. It kind of stalls out and then it gets enough airspeed to go. You know. The ramps are less expensive to make, but they are a much simpler solution, but they do less. That and generally ramped carriers are used for like STOL aircraft. So like Harriers, F-35B, stuff like that. Yak-141 in the case of the Russians. You can do more with the catapults. And all carriers nowadays, with the exception of amphibious assault carriers, any fixed wing stuff, so like stuff with wings like an actual airplane, not like a helicopter or a VTOL. Like, well, VTOLs have wings, but you get the idea. Fixed wing carriers have an angled deck. All carriers have that. Even the Kitty Hawk has that. Now, here's your trivia question of the day. If you have a carrier that has a flat front deck like this with two catapults and that's straight, and then you have an angled deck, what's the benefit of that? Does anybody know? Do you think SpaceX will someday take over NASA? No, that's never going to happen. That's like saying, will Boeing ever take over the FAA? It's not going to happen, dude. Launching and landing at the same time. Exactly. Carriers can support recovery operations and mission launch operations at the same time. You can land and take planes off at the exact same time. That is why carriers have the angled deck. The angled deck carrier idea is actually a product of the Royal Navy. The British were the first ones to come up with that idea, but we made it better. The idea may have been born in Britain, but it was made in the USA. And being a flight controller isn't stressful at all, right? It's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff to deal with, Akaika. Those are the not red shirts. Those are the yellow shirts. The yellow shirts on the deck of the carrier are the ground crew for all the planes. And there's one lead yellow shirt. The lead yellow shirt guy, right, is the ground control. The guy has a room on most carriers that's right there on the tower, and inside of that room, the guy has a little model of the entire aircraft carrier with little models of all the planes, and he moves the planes around. Yeah. And then he radios, okay, this plane needs to move to this spot, and then he moves the carrier, moves it there. It's actually really cool. There's a little subscale model of the carrier in there and all the planes that it has on it. Like a little board game almost. Does he report to Major Tom? No. Major Tom can't hear us. Isn't that kind of obsolete? Obsolete as opposed to what? What, you going to rely on a computer to do it, Ivan, and then have the computer break in the middle of a combat operation? I'll take the board game, thank you very much. Look, look, man, you know how Elon talks about the best part is no part? That gets taken to an extreme with military hardware, at least it should. You do not want something complicated on the battlefield. That's not a good idea. It needs to be as simple and as easy to operate as possible, and sometimes we don't get that right. A board game is very inexpensive, and it's very easy, and it won't break. It won't glitch. Go with what you know. Trust me on that one. The K is a good example of that. The AK is a good example. The AR-15 is actually... AR-15 and AR-15 platform weapons are actually a really good example of that. You know, I know they get kind of a bad rap, but the AK is great until something gets inside of the dust cover, and then it's a piece of junk. So the second something jams up the fire control system, so if dust gets inside of it, you're screwed. The M16 has a dust cover for this exact reason, so nothing gets inside of the stupid thing. Interesting, right? Board game won't update Windows mid-war. Exactly. And it's not even just mid-war. It's combat. It's operations. Landing and taking aircraft off. Dude, I'll take the board game. That's easier to keep track of. Yeah, there you go, Thomas. You found a picture of it. Dude, I'm not even kidding. It's a little board game. Like, this is the lead yellow shirt right there. Look, see? Straight up freaking board game. All the equipment that's on deck on the carrier is assigned a piece, and they move it all around like that. See? It's like chess. It's like playing chess with airplanes, though. Isn't that cool? See, I'm telling you, it's literally a board game. They have just buttons and stuff to represent different pieces. Why do they do this? Because it's simple and it freaking works. You do not need to make this a computer. There's no point in doing that. F-18 to B-7. Bingo. Yep. And then you have your elevators and stuff. You can see what's on the elevators. And now this yellow shirt, hey, it does have a Mustang. Nice. This yellow shirt is deck operations, if I'm remembering this right. Like, I'm not ex-Navy or anything, but I do read about this because I'm a loser. This guy is different from the hangar deck. The hangar deck has I think it's the green shirts that control the jets moving around inside of the hangar deck. The green shirts are the mechanics. Big deck energy. Yep. Purple is fuel. I knew a guy that was a purple shirt, Maggie. Yeah. There's yellow shirt, green shirt, purple shirt, red shirt, white. White shirt. White shirts are landing. The landing guys. The landing service officers, the LSOs. The guys that say, oh, you're 3/4 of a mile, call the ball. Those are the white shirts. Yellow shirts are ground operations. Red is ordnance. Green is mechanics. Purple is fuel. Grapes. Yeah, they call them grapes. You're brown? Nice, Maggie. Which one's brown? I forget, dude. Permission to buzz the tower. Negative, Ghost Rider. Pattern is full. Educating yourself in any field never makes you a loser. To each their own entertainment. I watch other people play video games on the internet. All right, you know, Zone, when you say it like that. No, I'm a nerd. I like knowing how stuff works. I think that's so cool. Dude, in another life, I would have done that. I would have done yellow shirt stuff. That would have been amazing. Ah, brown is power. Gotcha. White are also pilot? No, pilots are gray. Pilots can be yellow shirts. Pilots can be shooters. They can... If you're not flying a sortie, you can be a shooter. You could be the guy that works on the ground that shoots the planes off. If I'm remembering that right. Once again, I've never served, so I wouldn't know. Like, if somebody knows, I'm sure there's somebody that knows this better than me. I haven't watched Maverick, Mob Crusher. I need to. Green is airframes, avionics, and others. Yeah, there you go. The crazy thing about an aircraft carrier is that it is a 100% fully operable maintenance facility. It's not just a runway and a hangar below it. They have all the maintenance facilities. They even have static test stands off the back of the carrier, guys. That's what the back of these carriers are for. If you notice, there's a big open area on the back of the carrier right here. See that? That's the test cell for the jet engines, so they can do static fires with the jets. No bullcrap. That's what that's for. Isn't that cool? It is a 100% full maintenance facility. They can fix anything. They could rebuild the entire plane in the hangar deck if they really want to. I thought that's where they fished from. Hey, you could do two things. You could do both of those things at the same time. Does it go faster? I mean, I'm not going to say you're not going to increase the TWR there. Get a few engines back there and make the carrier go faster. Go faster! Some of them even dock a launch. Some even have a dock that can launch a small landing craft. That's not a fixed wing carrier, Creeper. Those are amphibious assault ships. What's the difference? One is the Marines, the other one isn't. The other one's the Navy. Now, don't get me wrong, the Marines serve under the Department of the Navy, right? The men's department. Boom! Roasted! I'm going to get my butt kicked for saying that. Anyway, those ships, the ones that have like the well deck in the back, those are used for amphibious assault. That's different than fixed wing operations. Now, what's the big indicator? Amphibious assault get near the coastline. Super carriers like that never get near the coastline in a battle zone. No way. They stay out at sea. Let me see, Lumprod. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Yep. There it is. You guys got the link. Check that out. Look. Test stand, just fire it off the back. It's fine. Just fire it off the back. Maybe it'll go faster. Go faster. Just ratchet strap the sucker down, get some fuel out here, and fire the damn thing. Yeah, no, these ships are so cool. They're like, oh man, I would love to just do a deep dive on one. Not literally, because aircraft carrier. They tried making an aircraft carrier submarine once. The Japanese did it in World War II. It's called the I-4 Sentoku. It is literally an aircraft carrier submarine, and that A is the most Japanese thing I think I've ever heard of, and B, it worked okay. Worked okay. Fun fact about those aircraft carrier submarines. They took that idea, the U.S. took that idea and used it to not launch airplanes, but they used it to launch cruise missiles. Yeah. They took the idea. And instead of launching an airplane and making a submarine aircraft carrier, they made a submarine that can launch a cruise missile or a ballistic missile. And that eventually morphed into ballistic missile submarines, or something called boomers. No, not that kind of boomer. These make a different kind of boom. Can you do a deep dive on submarines sometime? I don't know too much about sub-style, but maybe. Last, what's up, 619? I was on a cruise on the way back to San Diego from Washington, and I was on the Constitution 6-4, and the first eighth of the aircraft carrier was covered from a swell. Crazy. Oh, that's cool. Semi, what's that? I can see the link. Yeah. They had some nutso ideas. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Hold on one second. Hold on, what's that? Look at this thing. What you doing, man? Go home, US Navy. You are drunk. Go home, US Navy. You are drunk. What are you doing? H.I. Sutton? Okay. Yeah, that... I don't hate it. I guess. Are those B-58s? I don't know what those are. What the absolute frick? What the hell? Oh my goodness! What are you, crazy? What are you... What you doing, U.S. Navy? You crazy? How do you get them back? I recently learned that the Kitty Hawk hit the Soviet sub K-314 during training in the Sea of Japan. Whoops. H.I. Sutton wrote the definitive book on narco subs. Dude seriously knows his stuff. Huh. Narco subs. That seems like something out of a movie, Edmana, doesn't it? You believe that? It's crazy. VTOL? Back? Yeah, right? Yeah, that's why the Growler with the Regulus is a one-way trip, because they were like, well, land it. What? The VVA-14? Yeah, that thing that looks like an elephant and an airplane kind of eloped. What the heck were the Navy eating in the 50s? Alex, nuclear warfare is a hell of a drug. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's the jet test stand right there. Nuclear war is a hell of a drug. They wanted... No, the reason... Guys, the reason why you saw all these crazy designs is because the U.S. and the Soviet Union were trying everything that they could to get an advantage over their adversary. That was the whole idea. That's what the Cold War is. That's why we saw all this crazy stuff happen during the Cold War, like the Apollo program. We wanted to prove in every way, shape possible that we were better than the Soviets, and the Soviets were trying to do the same thing to us. Everything. We're better at doing spaceflight. We're better... Our economic system is better than yours. Our weapons are better than yours. Our guns are better than yours. Our ships are better than yours. Look at the submarine. It launches jets on it. You don't have that. Frick you. We have an advantage over you. That was the entire Cold War in a nutshell. Yeah, and then the Soviets were like, our vodka is better. And then the Americans are probably like, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, Edmana, if we're going for borderline sociopathic U.S. Department of Defense personnel, I'm going to go with Curtis LeMay. Curtis LeMay was an absolute savage individual. Savage individual. It looks like the Russians lost the carrier race. Oh, the Kuznetsov. It's not a bad ship, dude. It's not a bad ship. It's just a first attempt at building a supercarrier. So... not ideal, but yeah. That's an interesting stat, perhaps, that I didn't. Ugh. If SpaceX bought the Kitty Hawk, what do you think they would use it for? Moving starships around inside of the hangar deck. That's what I would use it for. What makes the carrier a supercarrier? Hull displacement, Ivan. How big it is. There's carriers and then there's supercarriers. Those amphibious assault ships that I was telling you about, those are just carriers. Supercarriers are way bigger than that. D. These guys are welding something. Any idea on what you're doing for after hours? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I wanted to play KSP. Dangle. Almost thought they were grilling. So these guys are working on the suborbital pads. It seems like they're taking the suborbital launch pads that they used to do the hopping tests and either converting them to do more hops, or they're converting them into dynamic test stands. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. That's pad B though. It looks like they're updating it to be able to accept a newer design starship. Yeah. I'm sure someone does either. Row? I don't know. Maybe. Flight of Nova may be worth taking a look at. Spherecraft. Wait, Spherecraft, who are you? Are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. Pad A is for cryo underload for my hydraulics. Pad B is for static fires for Starship. Yeah, that seems about right. Spearcraft, you changed your name. Who are you? I don't remember. I don't remember, Minji. Used to be Alex on orbit. Give me a second. I just have to stare at it for a second, and it will register in my freaking stupid caveman head. You lurk a lot. You're okay. So wait, Sphere. When you were Alex on orbit, your name was red, right? It was red text, and the A, the O, the A and the two O's were capitalized, right? Yeah. Yeah, Bandit. Yeah, people that have selective outrage when it comes to the space program, we call them children. And I don't entertain a child's opinion on things. You know why? Because they're not developed yet. Nope. It was always this color. Okay, I might be thinking of a different Alex then. The caps, though. Did I get the caps right, or was it all? No, it may have been all lowercase. All good? Well, either way. I always want to know Spherecraft just to be sure. You know? Like, sometimes I'm like, wait a minute. Is this the first time this person is talking and they've been subbed to me for 5 years? Like, I'm sure there is somebody out there. I'm sure there's someone out there that's been subbed for this long that has never said anything in chat. And, dude, you don't even need to say anything right now. Dude, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Like, thank you very much. You don't need to say anything. You want to lurk, just lurk it up, dude. I have no problem with that. But either way, Alex on orbit was the format. Yeah, okay. I got you, Alex. Yeah. Right on, man. Well, hey, appreciate it. Memory unit needs recalibrating. Sorry, I got a defrag, man. I don't know how much sleep your boy's gotten. It looked like I got a shiner. It looked like I got punched in the face. Look at that. look at it up close. Looked like I got knocked out. I'm going to change my name just to mess with you. Need the sunglasses back? Oh yeah, my brain just decided to have a nasty case of insomnia last night. It's like, hey, I know you got to get up early and do stuff, but also, have you thought about just staying up? And I'm like, please don't do that to me. You're out of your element, Donnie. Yeah, please don't do that to me. I went to bed at 6:30 in the morning. I did get to watch Taken and Shooter, though. So I got that going for me, which is nice. How are we going with the house? Somebody actually asked that a second ago, Bandit, and I missed it. I read it, but I didn't respond. House is going okay, guys. We've heard nothing, which is a good thing. The bank is doing their appraisal. Actually, we should have heard about it. We should hear about it sometime this week. If the appraisal goes through, we're pretty much good to go. Yeah, if the bank's doing the appraisal and they call me, then we got a problem. Got another barrel section. Ship 25 forward dome. I'm not here to tell you that that's a cool truck. Seriously, they took a Pontiac Aztek's front and put it on the front of their truck, and it looks hideous. I don't know, whoever at GM thinks that this is a good way to make the front of your truck, like... Seriously. The last time they made something with a grill like this, that automotive maker went bankrupt a couple of years later. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. That grill looks hideous. It looks hideous. It looks like you took a Pontiac Aztek and put the grill on the front of a truck. It's terrible. And whoever designed it should feel bad about themselves. It's the Pontiac Aztek, Mutter. It's like that meme. Stop trying to make Pontiac Aztek happen. It's not gonna happen. Stop it. Leave it dead. What's wrong with you? Yeah, but Ford made the Edsel, so there. The Edsel was a good vehicle. What are you talking about? Wait. You said the Edsel looks ugly? The Edsel doesn't look ugly. What are you talking about? Wait, what the hell? Wait, what in the abs? What the? No! 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 Naughty! Naughty jungle of love! Well, time to cancel Ford, I guess. No! 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 Why would you ruin something as awesome as a Crown Victoria like that? Crown Victoria is one of the best automobiles ever designed by man. See last. No! No! Ugh, that's terrible. Oh look, more fuel trucks offloading fuel and oxidizer. I love Crown Vics. I will buy one of these days. I saw a Crown Vic over the weekend. Jason, were you in awe? When you first saw the Crown Victoria, were you blinded by its majesty? Awed? Dumbstruck? When you first saw Halo, were you blinded by its majesty? You hear about the electric DeLorean? Yeah, it's cool. Texas Truck Watchers, baby. Yeah, it's cool. I see what they were trying to do. I kind of dig it. It needs to be more pointy. It's not pointy enough. So these guys are offloading liquid oxygen. They have those trucks over there have a yellow placard for liquid oxygen. These guys over here, note that there's a space, right? This guy has a different placard. He has 1979, so that's nitrogen. I think it's 1979 for nitrogen. I forget what the load indicator is. And I always say I forget it, and then somebody links it, and then I open it, and I forget it. My brother gutted a Crown Vic, stuck the entire chassis and drivetrain under his 55 F100. Toothless, we could do that with my 59 in the garage. Hellfish, I really wish I didn't click on that, but we could do that with the 59. That's doable. Nitrogen is 1066. Thank you. 1979 is methane, I think. 69 is like another project. Yes. Yeah. I really want this house. I really want this house. That has been the most distracting thing. You know, like, I'm trying not to be excited about this, but also, there's literally nothing stopping me from doing that. It's been 15 or so years. The last time I drove it was 2012, so it's been 10. I don't like admitting that. But that's going to change real quick. Actually, Sawyer, it's almost done right now. I've been working on it off stream. I put the block hugger headers on it. We needed a new starter motor for clearance. Put the new starter on there. Wired that all up. I just got to buy the exhaust. We got to get an exhaust kit for it. I just knocked on wood for you. Thank you, Blacklist. To be honest, I want to watch you build and weld stuff when you get a lathe. Oh, new hotness. Yep. It's 1971. There you go, Devlin. Thank you. You'll actually have a place to store the PBR. That's right. That's right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You ain't lying. It still looks terrible, Thomas, but yeah. Ground service tank. You can tell it's cold because of the way it is. Ship 24 passed cryo. Ship 24 cryo proof test passed. And I will retweet. Ship 24 update. Maybe blackness, I don't know. Actually, Hellfish, just on a side note, there's a lake. There's a big lake near the house. Now that that's what I was thinking about while we were looking at the OLM. There's a lake near, and we have enough property for a boat. And Primo said she was not against getting a boat the other day. Another project! 619. It's never going to stop, is it? It's never going to stop. My boat. That's right. It's never going to stop, is it? Nope. Nope. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. I can't control it. The carcane is too much, man. Stream building a PBR where we riot? Actually, Hellfish, I had another idea. Are you familiar with Factory 5? I had another idea. You familiar with him? Any good places to kayak? Oh yeah, there's a lake near the house. Yeah. You'll have so much stuff in 5 years, it's going to be crazy. Okay. Yeah, Hellfish. Factory 5 is also local. Wait till you have kids. App State, they're not projects. I get paid for my stupid carcane addiction. Remember? And see, Hellfish, you correctly identified that I want a Shelby Daytona and not the Cobra. I don't need the Cobra. I want the Daytona. Now we just need to build an RV plane and fly. Yeah. Buy a Shelby Cobra kit car and assemble it on stream. Daytona. It's got to be the Daytona. The Daytona is cooler looking, fellas. I know that was chat delay, Hibbit, so I'm going to let that one slide. It's got to be the Daytona. You could sit there and the Cobras are all fine and dandy. They're all fine and dandy. That's nice. But also, that's a Daytona. Oh, man, that thing is tits. I love it. I love it. It's so cool looking. Oh, my goodness. It's so cool looking. I love it. Oh. You can sell...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has...
Carcane Fund? Don't do that to me. You're just enabling... You're a bunch of enablers. What are you looking at? Get out of here! 1963 split window Stingray. Well, you can't buy that as a kit, S. This is all the same... This is the same idea. It's not a split window, but... I gotta get my fix. GT40 looks better. Alright, hang on. What? Let's go over on Factory 5. What do we have? Roadster. So they have the Mark IV. 289 challenge car. That's pretty sweet. Hot rod and truck. There's the 33. Oh. That's freaking cool, man. Oh my god. Get off the screen. Oh. Ah, here we go. Oh, yeah. Yep. One thing at a time. First, find out if you have the house or not. Yeah. Huh? I'll think about it. Let me finish all the other projects we have, dude. Then we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Let's get back to Starship. These guys are almost done here. Why didn't they auto-struck that bumper yet? I don't see much scaffolding left, fellas. I want pics of the 59 when available. We're finishing up Space News, Sonerta. That was a little bit of a carcane detour. 22,000 for the coupe kit is honestly far less than I expected. Yeah, it's 22 G's, Hibbit, but that's not included with the motor is not included in that. Yeah, you gotta buy the motor and the transmission. It's everything but the driveline. Which, once again, is not bad considering it's 22 G's for a car, and you can spend 1,000 on a motor, so you need 25 all in and you got a race car. But you have to build it. That's kit cars. I don't know, drummer. Never. What compression ratio is in it? In what? Must be a pain to get road legal, though. It's got a VIN, just like every other car, Engelberg. The Daytona, it depends on what motor you put in it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Kathy Boo, 9-month resub. Thank you. You guys are working on ship 24. That's the ship that passed cryoproof test today, just per Elon. That was like, that just happened. Those, are they orange? Red or parking, those parking cone orange things are flight data recorders. I think that's a fair assessment, Boxy. I'm sorry, I'm a dummy. What are they building? That's just one of the biggest spaceships ever devised by man, Red Rider. That's Ship 24. Ship 24 is the serial number. 24 is the ship number for the serial number for this thing. That entire thing is going to fly into space. And then come back. Yeah.
Discovery,
this thing, right here. Hey, Red Dragon, what's up, man? Yeah, she's a monster, dude. It is a monster. The thing is gigantic. It's 30 feet wide. 30 feet wide, 150 feet tall. Thing's a freaking... Dude, it's freaking ridiculous. That is the biggest... That will by far and away be the biggest thing ever launched into space in one piece. By far. It's freaking huge how big... It's gigantic. That thing is bigger than a space shuttle's orange external tank. The big orange thing that flew with the space shuttle, which doesn't come back, might I add. That thing is bigger than it. I vote on building the Type 65. Yeah, the Type 65 is what we were just looking at, dude. I'd love to. I'd love to do that, man. Storms might delay the SLS rollout, okay? I mean, dude, look at the people. Look at the people standing next to the damn thing. The thing's freaking huge. So what are those flight data recorders exactly? I have no idea, Filter. I just know that they're FDRs. That's the type of black box that you'd see in like an airplane or something. It's the race car variant. Oh. Do you think SpaceX or another private company will make it to the moon before NASA? Half-mech, yes and no. SpaceX will make it to the moon before NASA because NASA is using SpaceX's lunar lander. So yeah, technically they will. SpaceX will have the first spacecraft back down on the moon with NASA astronauts on board. Or, well, the first one will be uncrewed, but also. Joey Logano owns one of them. Did he crash it? Just kidding. Black box, but it's orange. Yeah, I know, right? Bandit, how about in a Coca-Cola 600? Everyone was like, oh, Logano's actually towards the front. And I'm like, yep, I'll give it 5 minutes until there's an accident. Surely enough, there was an accident. It actually wasn't his fault. He tried to get away from it. And I'm saying that as a Logano fan. I like the Fords, man. I love the race was amazing except for the last lap. Yep. I hate that. I hate that guy so much, dude. What a whiny. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that he won one of the best NASCAR races in recent memory. I still can't get over the fact that Ericsson won Indy quite convincingly. Dude, the last couple laps of the Indy 500 were excellent. That was the best Indy 500 I've watched in a long time. And I'll be honest, the Monaco race, with the exception of Ferrari coughing up a hairball, was awesome. We saw 3 good races that day, man. That was the best race weekend in recent memory. It was awesome. Yeah, that was the longest NASCAR race ever recorded. 615 miles. 615 miles. So ridiculous. I love it, Bandit. It was awesome. You won't see a better race than that. And what's up with the Talladega-style wrecks at Charlotte? What's going on? What's going on here? It was so good, man. So good. Yeah, Galaxy, that shows it ain't the driver in Formula One, it's the damn car. I think George Russell is a good indicator of that as well. Ericsson was never a bad driver. He just drove for Sauber. And Sauber was a piece of junk. What hour will the Cup car engine expire at Le Mans next year? Wait, what? How do they afford the gas? I don't know. I know, Bandit. It's pretty sweet. If you're going to build a kit, build this one. Well, we're talking about kit cars, and you say build a kit airplane. That's not a kit car. Yes. Is this tube to pump? Is that tube to pump fresh air? Yep. Yeah. That's the HVAC. Yeah, that's to keep positive pressure inside. So this thing does a couple of things. That HVAC tube in there is to obviously pump air into it because that thing is a pressure vessel. The area where crew and cargo will go is sealed. It's airtight. That's the hatch for it right there. Second part of that, so you got to keep the air moving to get the CO2 out and oxygen in. Second part of that is you want to keep a positive pressure inside of this. You don't want birds or dust or anything to fly in here because dust, dirt, whatever, is foreign object debris. Foreign object debris, or FOD, is a rocket's worst enemy. Yep, that's what it's there for, Jammer. That was a good question, dude. Yeah, Bauxy. Yeah. He's beaten by Pascal Wehrlein and Leclerc. Ericsson wasn't top tier, but he can drive. At least he didn't get there because freaking money, dude. You know, everybody thought he was a pay driver, but nah, he's not that bad. Basically a flying skyscraper. Yeah. Red Rider, you really want me to blow your mind? When this thing comes back down from space, you see these two braces right here? That thing is going to come down. It's going to do that. It's going to flip over upside down, and then those two catch arms will catch the damn thing in midair. Now, if you're going, I'm sorry, what? That's impossible. Yeah, I don't blame you for being skeptical. That's what SpaceX wants to do. But also, you know, if they didn't think if there was any doubt that it wouldn't work, they wouldn't have made all this. Am I right? Oh yeah, and that's the hangar that they build the things in. It's also quite big. Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous, dude. It'll catch Starship and the booster, Ivan. At least that's the plan. You don't see any landing legs on Starship, do you? It's absolutely nuts. It is ridiculous, and I love it. I love how crazy it is. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. It makes me so happy. No, Brimo won't let me get a motorcycle. But I can't get a motorcycle, Bandit, but I can get whatever I want provided we have the space. Anything but a motorcycle. Brimo had a relative that died on a motorcycle. Sorry, when is the next Starship test? What are you apologizing for, Ek? We could see a Starship test as quickly as 2 weeks, but I'm going to say about a month. I'm going to say about a month. Maybe a month and a half. Literally, Starship is going to fly right when Brimo and I decide to move. Yeah, I know that. I know that's coming from a mile away. I can see it coming. Is it set to land near Hawaii? On the first mission, they're going to dunk Starship in the ocean. Yeah, unfortunately. But if it even makes it that far. Yeah, I know, Red. Yeah, the ASDS landings are still insane, aren't they? Realistically, July-August time frame. Yeah, Devlin, I agree. I personally think the FAA approval is going to go through, guys. The FAA updated the PEA page, and they said they're like 99% of the way there. So we'll figure it out in about a week and a half if they're going to be done. The tentative date right now is the 13th. If they launch on the 4th, I will be very happy. Yeah, T-Man, my boat. There's a lowboy trailer. What is he moving? He's moving a crane? Crane parts. Ferd. I know, Ek, they absolutely are. The 19,000 comments are also online and viewable now, reading after the stream. No, I'm good, thank you. SLF July 4th night launch. Oh, I wish. I wish, dude. That would be, it would be so cool, goalie. July 20th would be cool. You are not wrong. I think 24 is going to be the one that's going to go. 24 and booster 7 hit. Methane transfer tube. Guy hugging methane transfer tube. That's one of the fuel lines for Starship. I'm not sure that would be good. Rockets during July 4th doesn't go that far before exploding. Okay, we can launch it on the 5th then. We can launch it on my birthday. That's fine. Yeah, after the failed downcomer, you're surprised 7 is going to go blue? They straight up repaired that thing. They straight up just took it apart, scrapped the other pipe, put a new one in. Whatever. Will there be cows on the moon? I don't moo. So they're taking enough fuel to take off and land as well? Yep. Yeah, Red Rider, these things have... So... They have primary and secondary fuel tanks. Starship and the booster. Now, the booster does it for weight distribution because the booster doesn't make it all the way up into space. It'll just come back down. But in order for the booster to fly right, they need the center of mass low. So they mount the secondary tanks low. On Starship, you have an outer diameter of 9 meters and then an inner diameter of 3. The secondary tanks are in the center, and they're 3 meter wide. Now, why do they do that? Well, one's for going up, and the other one's for coming down. You don't need as much fuel when you're coming in to land one of these things because you're not carrying all the fuel that you need to get up into orbit. The ship is a lot less mass. So your landing fuel tanks don't need to be as big. But yeah, they have fuel tanks inside of fuel tanks. It's actually pretty cool. Like a sump almost. That is a tiny engine valve, right? No, this is one of the transfer tubes. Yeah, that's the idea. They put a fuel tank inside of a fuel tank. Yep. And that proportions off all the fuel that you need to go up, and then all the fuel that you need to go down stays in the secondary tank, and then they use it for doing that. It's bananas, dude. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. All right. There's 3 old prototypes just chilling, and then there's the boost. There's one of the booster prototypes. Yeah, Brian. Yeah, reminds you of Contact. Yeah, hell yeah. And then they're building a new factory for it there. Right now, they literally make Starship in a bunch of pop-out tents. They're replacing it with a more permanent structure. Any clue what payload? I think Elon will use Starship as a prototype to launch Starlink 2 satellites. That's what that dispenser is on Ship 24. Look up close at it, Kuro. Let me find the right picture. See the dispenser? Erecting a dispenser. It's insane. Do you think they can do it on the first try? They're not going to try to catch on the first try, Red Rider. But the first time they do attempt to catch the thing, I don't think they'll get it. I think it'll break. But the second time they'll probably get it. If that thing catches that right on the first time, I'm going to be very impressed. Just once again, look at the guy standing on the basket right there, comparatively to the ship. This will by far and away be the biggest thing ever launched into space. Ever. It's Skylab. Skylab is what holds the record for biggest single thing launched into space. Either that or the space shuttle. I mean, a space shuttle is pretty damn big, right? Skylab was the single biggest payload ever launched into space. You want to know what's messed up? Skylab can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. You'd have to take the Apollo telescope mount and the solar panels off, but the primary pressure vessel for Starship, or for Skylab, can fit inside of this. So Skylab was the Apollo space station. So see, that's mirror. I just want a picture of a gosh dang Skylab. I hate this. I hate how they're doing this now. Okay, so here's Skylab. Take the solar panels off, take the telescope mount off, take the spacecraft off. From here to about here can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. The only thing that won't, the only kind of constraint that you have is obviously payload bay doors on Starship, and the fact that the vessel comes to a point a little bit shorter than where that multiple docking adapter is. Yep. Well, the ET didn't make it into space. I'm talking about orbit, guys. Launched it, yeah. The external tank, I guess, technically is the biggest thing. It's bigger than Skylab, but Starship is bigger than the damn external tank. And And Skylab was not small. If you've ever been to the Smithsonian in D.C., the Air and Space Museum there, they have the Skylab prototype there. Skylab 2 is what it was called. And, yeah, that is a real Skylab. It's just missing the solar panels and whatnot. But, yeah, freaking gigantic, man. Do you think they'll do a hop test similar to Starhopper to test the chopsticks? I would, Devious, but I don't know if Elon's going to do that. What about the Apollo S4B lunar module in CSM? What? What S? What about it? Starship's bigger than that. It's bigger than those things. Okay, all right, pause. Hold on. Nope, my BS detector is going off. All right, do you want to know how that conversation that we just had happened? I go, this thing is going to be bigger than anything. And somebody's, I think it'll probably even be bigger than Skylab, which was the single biggest payload. Or the S4B with Apollo. And then somebody said, oh, well, what about the space shuttle? And I said, I don't know, it might be that, maybe that. And somebody said, oh, well, what about the external tank? I don't know, it might be that, maybe that. And now we're back to what I said in the beginning. Oh, well, what about an S4B, LM, and CSM? We're talking in circles. Starship is big. All right? Let's just leave it at that. Just leave it as big. Starship is big. It's big. I don't care what you do. Shit! Stop. It's big. Stop it. Don't do that again. It's big. Look. See how big it is? Look, you can tell it's big because of the way it is. Shh. Subtitle. Zip it. Zip! Shh! EJ has a turbo. Look, I'm Zippy Longstocking. What did I walk into? Don't worry about it. Aircraft carrier is bigger, just saying. There's your education for the day, Sheriff. Taco. Ferd. What's happening with Starship? Can you give the TLDR? PEA should probably get released in about a week and a half, Kim. FAA said the 13th. All 19,000 comments are available for public display on the FAA's website. They've been loading the pad with liquid methane and liquid oxygen for the past week and a half, dude. The orbital flight should be in the summer. July, best case scenario, sometime in the middle of July. Worst case scenario, sometime in August. Yeah, I think that's right. That's your update for Starship. I know it was a joke, but it's still funny. Shh. We can go look at the stupid stuff that people said. I mean, if you want to go lose some brain cells, you can go read those comments. I mean, if you want to. Yeah, Ship 24 also passed cryo-proof tests today, Kim. Yep. So whenever they get clearance for launch. Wait, is it July next month or July next year? Month. Alright, let's see what else we got. Is there anything else? I think that might be everything. Can we just search for the burger comment? Well, I was gonna show everybody this, Gully. Aw. No. No. No, 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 no. Belongs in a museum. I don't care if that plane flies like trash. It is one of the coolest looking fighter planes ever devised by man. Look at that thing. That thing looks like... That thing... Yeah, that's nice. At least that F4 didn't get QF4'd. Yep. Mamma mia. I'm tired. Mamma mia. Oh. That's nice. That's very nice. Oh, yeah. That's one of my favorite planes. Dude, look at how cool that looks, man. The F-22 is the best looking fighter of all time, though. Yeah, I like it. I think it's good. The F4 is cool, but the F-14, oh man. I don't know. I always thought that Su-27 was one of the coolest looking planes ever. Sorry. I think it's awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. F-15 is... very nice. It has nothing on an F-22? Yeah, because you're comparing different generations of fighters to each other. F-16? Yep. Is this car cool or ugly? I can't tell. Thank you for not dropping a double chef kiss. That's fine. Is this cool or ugly? You can't tell. I mean, it's cool, Ponesister, if you want your car to look like a certain form of ribonucleic acid. Yeah. Wondering how many people picked up on that one. Well, folks, ribonucleic acid is used in biological reproduction. It's half of a genetic code required. It's half of the genetic code required to make deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. Usually, you need two sources of RNA, and one source of RNA can very nicely fit into the other source of RNA. And then you can use those two bit of ribonucleic acid and make deoxyribonucleic acid. This one looks like one of those things. It looks like half of the equation, if you catch my drift. Bram, Jesus Christ. Oh man. So it looks like that. No. God damn it. Kralani, it's like a freaking dog whistle. You see this? It's like, huh? You know what? Oh God. It's like a freaking dog whistle, man. You mentioned the ULA contract was bigger than the defense budget. Can you explain in detail? 2022 DoD 7.73 billion. The ULA contract was bigger than the defense budget. I don't recall saying that. I did, Ponzister. There's this thing. An F-105. Extremely underrated plane. Yes. Celtics in 6. Nice. 619, I don't know why I would say that. That's not right. That's not correct. It must have been contextual. I love the F-111. Shut your mouth. That's not an F-111. It's an F-105. Is that a ram turbine on the side? No. Okay. It is a turbine, but that's used for a couple of different things. I don't know what that's used for on an F-105. But that could be anything. That could be used to actuate an auger for a minigun, or it could be used to generate power. It's one or the other. Or it could be used to pump oil. They use these turbines for a lot of things. These deployable turbines. You can use it to generate power in the event of an engine failure. You could use it to move oil. You could use it to do a bunch of things. I don't know what it's for, to be honest. But F-105s are really, really underrated planes. The reason why they're underrated planes, fellas, is because, well, not a lot of people realize that the F-105 is, in fact, a bomber. And an F-105 can move as much payload as a B-17. Yeah. Don't commercial jets have those too? Some of them do, Ian. Some, yeah, as a redundant system. So if you have an engine failure, right, and you don't have an APU on your plane, you pull that, little thing pops out, and it spins, and you use the plane's potential energy converted to kinetic energy to spin that stupid thing, and then you have electrical. Yeah, F-105s, that's what I mean about F-105s being super underrated planes. Look at the payload capacity of that thing. Look! How many bombs do you want? Yes. Is that an A7 or an F8, goalie? Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of people realize how ridiculous an F-105 is. The reason why, and the funny thing is about F-105s is that it can carry all this payload, and the reason why it can carry all this payload is because it's a plane from the 50s and the 60s. They gave it insane amounts of power. It's a bomber that can break the sound barrier easily. Like, you can go really fast in those things, but they needed the thrust to be able to carry that around. F-105 was converted to a U-2? No, that's an F-104, Bandit. Differences. They were really good planes for the time. Seriously. Very, very underrated. These things were heavily used in Vietnam. Yeah, great airplane. I mean, look at all this. That's a lot for a plane that small, don't you think? It's an A7? Nice. Googling it is for emergency to control hydraulics. There you go, Jammer. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what it's used for. It's used mainly to power the hydraulics to keep the aircraft under control. Cool. Yeah, a lot of different aircrafts use them for different reasons. But yeah, there's the F-105. Damn. Interesting. Yeah, look, see what they did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dude, these things, what's the payload capacity on this? Hold on. Yeah, look at, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Hard points. Capacity of 14,000 pounds, 6,400 kilograms of ordnance. And you have five hard points, four under wing, one center line, plus an internal bomb bay. Yeah, that little plane can carry as much as a B-17. That's how much the tech went forward in from like 1945 to 1958. Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh, look at that! It's a cute little. Look at that. Yeah. You don't want to get hit by that. They'll be picking you up with a sponge. That'd be terrible. Oh my goodness. How much can a B-29 hold? Yeah, I'll check. So the F-105 is 14,000, right? B-29 can do 20,000 maximum, yeah, 20,000. So that can almost carry as much as a bomber from like 15 years prior. It's ridiculous. Name the color for the rounds. I don't know, goalie. I don't know. I know one's an incendiary, the other's a tracer, the other one's AP, and the other one's just a jacket, a standard jacket. I don't know which ones are which, though. I think these ones are tracers or something, or incendiaries. I have no idea. I think that one's incendiary. I don't know which one is a tracer. And before they're crayons, these are very expensive exploding crayons, Raz, okay? The B-52 can carry 70,000 pounds. Yeah, no, there's a reason why we still use them. Bandit, have you ever gone down to Tucson and seen the B-52s at Pima? There's 2 of them. They're freaking huge. B-52s are another one of those planes that are a lot bigger than you think. Can the B-1 carry more? I don't know. I like B-52s. It's a great design. I mean, they broke the mold on that thing. Hey, Ray, what's going on with the raid? Yeah, B-52s are a lot larger than you think. They're 2 stories tall, guys. They have 2 decks. B-52s have a flight deck and they have a mid deck underneath. Yeah, they're 2 stories, like a 747. Not as wide, but like a 747. They're huge. Hi, EJ fans. Modern Pole Scam Baits here. What's up, Ray? What were you up to today? Thank you for the raid, man. You guys want to see people get scam baited on stream? Ray's your guy. Trust me, it's awesome, hilarious. He screws with scammers. Yeah, that's what it's just all screwing with scammers all the time. Go check him out. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. We baited a scammer we were spying on at the same time. A side note, what's the name of that super ugly truck? Oh, that's just a Silverado. It's just a Silverado. The one with the Pontiac Aztec front, that's just Chevy Silverado or 2500 or GMC 2500. I forget. Yeah, Matt, that's really cool. Our Cub Scout troop toured at B-52. Tough enough? Yeah, yes, you can't even spell its name right. Shows how much you thought about that joke. Alright, anything else here? (2022) stats. Mules reported 102. Nice. Tangentially related to Space and Maverick. What is this? Interesting, Kuro. Victim saved 131. Mules attempted transfer amount 574,192. You've potentially saved victims $1.4 million. Dude, you're a freaking legend. What is this article? Skunkworks on how they brought Top Gun Maverick's Dark Star to life. Skunkworks says Dark Star isn't necessarily real, but the capabilities depicted are not necessarily mere fiction. What? 2022 is a great year so far. Saving lives. You're doing God's work, Ray. Does that mean they already built it? Maybe. So, actually, that's... Oh, I forgot. I think it was Alleviate that asked me about scramjets. What's a scramjet? So, the Dark Star has scramjets in it. What is that? It's a turbo scramjet. So, you have a turbojet, the jet engine part, and then attached to the front of it, you have a scramjet. Now, what does a scramjet do? All right. Scramjets have no moving parts. If you think... take a rocket, right? Take a rocket engine. Convergent, divergent rocket engine. So you have basically two funnels and then a throat, right? Now, if you think about what a convergent, divergent rocket engine does, what does that do? Well, it blows up gases. It combusts gases inside of a combustion chamber. And here's the emphasis. Here's the key. This is what makes a rocket engine. This is the difference between a rocket engine and a flamethrower. Flamethrower just shoots fire. Rocket engines shoot compressed fire. They explode gases inside of a combustion chamber enough to accelerate them at supersonic speeds through the throat of the rocket engine and then out the nozzle. Okay, so you have the rocket engine in your mind, right? Convergent, divergent. It looks like an hourglass almost, right? A rocket engine is an hourglass with one side capped and the other side open. A scramjet, take the other side of the hourglass off. So you have two funnels pointed at each other. And instead of the top of the combustion chamber being capped, put an intake there. Okay? That's a scramjet. Now, remember, the key to getting the rocket engine to rocket engine is accelerating the air through the throat at supersonic speeds. If your airspeed at the throat goes past supersonic, so the speed of sound, that's when the rocket engine starts really working. That's when, like I said, that's the difference between a flamethrower and a rocket engine. A flamethrower just shoots fire. A rocket engine compresses fire out a little opening and blows it up out the bottom. Okay? A scramjet does the exact same thing. Only you don't have liquid oxygen. A scramjet relies on air going into the front of the hourglass, so to speak, compressing, and then there's a fuel injector and a combustor in the throat and accelerating the air out the back. So a scramjet is kind of like a rocket engine, but kind of not. They're two different things, because rocket engines usually are bipropellant engines, right? They're a bipropellant engine, meaning you need liquid oxygen and liquid fuel, or just liquid oxidizer and liquid fuel to make it do. A scramjet doesn't do that. You're relying on the atmosphere. It's an air-breathing engine. But it's an air-breathing engine that does something very similar. That's what a scramjet is. Now, the Dark Star in Top Gun Maverick, I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick. Don't talk about it. Don't spoil it, please. Please. I know it's probably corny as hell. I don't care. Fighter jets, Tom Cruise. Doesn't matter. What the Dark Star is a turbofan scramjet. So the idea is that you have a regular jet engine, right? And then you have the scramjet in front of it, and then there's a variable intake on the jet engine that can close, like an SR-71. The SR-71 is a turbo ramjet. It's a little bit different. What's the difference between a ramjet and a scramjet? Scramjets can go hypersonic, ramjets go supersonic. There you go. There's your difference. I flew the Dark Star, Jason. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, I flew it in Flight Sim. We can fly it again tomorrow if you want to go breaking the game again. We broke the game. I flew the thing into space and the game didn't know what to do. Yeah. I figured, yeah, I know enough about making SSTOs in Kerbal to know air breathing SSDOs and KSP to get that thing. I got it, dude. We would have gotten it above the Kármán line, but the game divides by 0 once you get past 52 miles. The game's like, all right. So, because you have a scramjet in front of a jet engine, you can use one intake to power both of these things, right? And you can theoretically reach hypersonic speeds, which is past Mach 5. The Dark Star in Flight Sim goes Mach 10. Now, don't get me wrong. Could the SR-71 go that fast? Not officially. But the limit at that point with a plane like the Dark Star or a plane like the SR-71 is not necessarily the engines. The engines can go way faster. The limit with something like that is the hull, because you're going to start going so ridiculously fast that you're going to need a thermal protection system. We're talking space shuttle tiles or an ablator heat shield or something. Because yeah, you're really going to have a bad day going that fast. Even at 52 miles up, 50 miles up, 40 miles up, so 70, 80 kilometers up there, you're going to encounter reentry heating going Mach 10. And it's going to get hot very quickly. So you're going to need some type of thermal protection system. It's not that we couldn't make something go that fast. It's that any TPS that we would need to put on the plane would be too heavy to take off in the first place. That was the problem with the SR-71. The J-58s on the SR-71 can go faster. They can go faster. They absolutely can. The airframe can't. And the SR-71 is made straight up out of titanium. The whole airframe is made out of titanium. Now, anybody that knows anything about metallurgy knows that's absurd. No one ever has tried to build an entire airframe out of titanium. But they did with the SR-71, and that still wasn't enough. You know how hot it needs to get to melt titanium? Re-entry speed hot. But yeah, that's really cool. So did they say the Skunk Works helped with this? For the movie? Lockheed Martin has created a webpage dedicated to the story behind the creation of the film's Dark Star hypersonic aircraft. The company had previously disclosed that its legendary Skunk Works Advanced Projects division had been directly involved in creating this fictitious design, but had declined to provide specific details about its relation to the production. Oh, that exists. That exists. That plane exists. that plane exists. That's bull. Oh yeah, we worked on that. Yeah, the plane doesn't exist. What did we work on? Nope. How dare you, Lockheed? Stop playing these games, man. This is ridiculous. It exists, doesn't it? It's real. It's real, isn't it? Yeah. No, that exists. It's real. We know. You're not fooling anybody, man. It's funny because for the longest time, even before Top Gun Maverick was ever even thought of, there were ideas about a plane called the SR-72. The SR-72 looks a lot like that. And these are articles from... yeah, see, a design proposal. Yep, okay. The SR-72 could fly by 2025. Yep,
Stuff that I work on, I can't talk about. The first thing you draw may not be the right answer. The 10th thing you've drawn may not be the right answer. And so you have to be willing to start over being an artist, but with some technical boundaries applied.
My name is Jim. I helped develop the Dark Star aircraft. And in real life, I conceptualized the future here at Lockheed Martin Skunk Works.
Dude. Well, that guy had a lot to say. Hi, Jim. I can't really talk about what I do. My name's Jim. I draw stuff for Lockheed. Okay, bye. I'm sorry, that's funny as hell to me. He's a concept artist for the Skunk Works. Dude, who knows what that guy has drawn? Oh my goodness. That would be the dopest job ever. Hi, Jim. Bye, Jim. He said a lot. I did this. You did this? I did this. Hi, I'm Jim. I draw things for Lockheed. Bye. Hi, I'm EJ. I play Kerbal Space Program. Bye. I'm looking around to see if there's anything else. At least this explains all the recent UFO sightings. It's just the Skunk Works working on the plane. Bandit, dude, I've heard things. And don't get me wrong, it's not... It's probably all misinformation. But the things that I've heard are just like, okay. Like, imagine, like, you know, you talking to, like, one of your buddies that works there. He's like, yeah, we made a hypersonic plane, and it's shaped like an apple. It's like, that's probably not a thing, you know. My name is Jim. I've never drawn anything before, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Okay, so, yep. I helped make the data storage system. What have you heard? The bird. Word. Do you think the Tic Tac videos and craft are real or just a distraction to keep eyes away from the real projects? I have no idea, Brian. I have a PhD and stuff. Bye. What's Raptor hours? I don't know. Maybe we could play with some trains, dude. Wind down with some trains. Yeah. I don't know. The Tic Tac? Maybe. TR3B? Maybe. Aurora? I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Like, Brian, when it comes to those crazy, like, ridiculous research and development projects from the Air Force and stuff that you hear about, like, oh, they have a space plane that can fly right up into space and it's been to Mars and stuff. Like, here's where I stand on that. I don't know if they exist. I don't know if they're real. I don't know if they're not. We'll probably never know. And problems that you can't control probably shouldn't occupy your headspace too much, right? With that being said, if some miraculous scenario came out and the Air Force was like, oh yeah, you guys remember Flight of the Navigator? Remember that? The Trimaxian drone ships? Yeah, that's real. We have those. We've been all over the galaxy. I'd be like, all right, that's cool, man. Can I go with you? Like, that's cool. Can I, like, bro, take me with you. I'll go with you. That'd be sick, right?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has
I made poop meme. Like, Brian, that's where I'm at. If they said, like, they came out and said, yeah, we don't know what that stuff is either. I have no idea. That's not us. I don't know what that is. I'd be like, all right, that's fair. But also at the same time, where they're like, oh yeah, no, that stuff's actually a thing. We've been all over the galaxy. It's freaking sweet. Yeah, you know, like Halo, that was a documentary. And I'd be like, Jesus, I hope not. And he'd be like, yeah, be careful, man. I'd be like, all right, cool, let's go. You know, I'm not like, it could be a conspiracy theory. I have no freaking clue. I don't know. It could be, might not, could be. Who knows? I'd believe it if they had all that stuff. Sure, absolutely. They had the SR-71 in 1958. Yeah, of course. That makes perfect sense. Like, sure. But if they didn't, if they also didn't, they said, come on, man, we don't have that. I'd be like, yeah, all right, I believe you. It's hard. This stuff's hard to do. Nice meme. Nice meme. Tesla AI Day is pushed to September 30th, as we may have an Optimus prototype working by then. Okay, that's from Elon about AI Day for Tesla. That's cool. Optimus is the Tesla bot. All right, fellas. I don't know. What do you want to do? I want to play Kerbal, but I'm tired, man. I had a nasty case of insomnia last night. So I'd prefer to play something right now where I don't have to put too much thought into it. Railroads, perhaps? I don't know.